change the world. Look how we change the game. Look how we change the game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to week number 5 of War of the Gods. We're finally back after that long break. I am Echo, your host tonight, and with me is special guest Darth Dharma. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be commentating on all the Injustice 2 hype that I know is coming this way. We've got a great show for you guys tonight, and I simply can't wait.
Yeah, I'm hearing my mic is kind of suspect right now, so bear with us. Hopefully it fixes itself. It was fine before, but just go over the matchups real quick that we got lined up, and I'll get this thing taken care of.
Oh, it sounded a little bit better right there towards the end. I think we do have it on the way to being fixed. But coming up for us here live on stream, we're gonna have Emperor Dark going up against Last Laugh. And then right after that, we're going to have FC Agent going up against Nikon Cool. And then shortly after that, we're going to have Ox to Fox, and he's going to be taking on Reaper. So again, lots of high-level action coming this way, you know, just like it always is right here on War of the Gods. I don't know, Echo.
Can you hear me okay? Is it better?
It's still a little shaky there. I don't know what my mic sounds like. It was totally fine just before we got on the air.
Okay, well, looks like we might have to take a break before we get this started. I'm going to have to disappear for a minute and get this fixed. So it kind of sucks the way this started off, but it's going to be a lit night. Yeah, so we'll just have to get these first matchups lined up, and then I'll be right back.
As a player, Smash GG will provide a guided experience with tasks for all aspects of competing in an online tournament. Once you've registered for an online tournament, you'll receive a check-in reminder email with the tournament start time and a dashboard link to play your matches. You can also go to your tournament dashboard where you'll find all that information as well. Once your match is available, click your match and follow the instructions. This includes check-in and results reporting. In case you need to communicate with your opponent to set up your game or need assistance from a moderator, we've also integrated a chat system where you can do just that. Once the match is over and you've verified your results, your next match will appear when available. Repeat until you're knocked out or have won the tournament. For more information on our platform, check out our help center with articles and guides on everything mentioned in this video and more.
everyone. Arma, do I sound okay now?
You sound great, man.
Do I sound
Glad
all
to
right? All
have
right. Sorry to leave you hanging. That's my bad. That's my bad. So I apologize for that. We can talk a little bit about there's a couple people coming up. Hopefully, we right now we got the Dragon Ball Z beta going on. So I know a lot of people are preoccupied with that. So hopefully these players we have lined up are going to show up. Emperor Dark, that Dark as just a tag. Like there's so many Darks out there. For the longest time, I thought Emperor Dark was the Dark that we knew as the Cassie player in MKX, but I was totally wrong. Emperor Dark that we have lined up coming up is a Joker player.
Yes.
And I found it fitting looking through that pool that Last Laugh, that's like a very fitting matchup. I don't know who Last Laugh plays, but just a Joker player going against somebody called Last Laugh. I thought that was pretty neat. Do you remember, because I know Dark played Joker in the first one as well, if I'm not mistaken. And I know you were, a huge Batman player in the first one, maybe still are. Aren't you dabbling in Joker now in this game, like a little bit?
I definitely main Joker more now. A lot more fun to play, especially when you're playing the game a little bit more casually. And Emperor Dark is a godlike Joker. I think he is the best one out there. Some people will argue with me and say that he's not. But, every time I run into him on ranked, just understanding and seeing his decision-making process and, his impeccable execution is just incredible. I love watching it, and I cannot wait to see more of it here. There are a few good other Joker players out there, but I think Emperor Dark is really, really out there. This is going to be fun. I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple, right? I mean, we got Dark, who is kind of a dark horse in a way, because not a lot of people have probably played this man or know him. We already see in the chat, B-Dog is mentioned. And then there's obviously Hey George that, pulls out the Joker every now and then. So it's just hype to see a character like that, man. And then hopefully we know that Dark is confirmed. We're just waiting on his opponent to see if he's going to show up, and then we'll get in that first matchup. But if that one falls through, we have FC Agent going against Nico McCool. And I'm not familiar with that name, but FC Agent, he is part of the Virginia scene out there. I don't know exactly where in Virginia, but he's part of that scene. He's got a Hellboy, he's got a Batman. I've become really close with Agent. Me and him grind Gears all the time. Gears 4 anyway. So I'm excited to see him on stream for the first time in War of the Gods. And then we have Oxtafox going against Coalition's Reaper coming up pretty soon at match number 3. Oxtafox, he did have to play Dragon and Pulls at KIT on stream. It was his first time on stream, if I'm not mistaken. He plays Robin and he plays Deadshot, and I'm not sure who he's trying to pick up now. And then Coalition Reaper has kind of been making a name for himself. He's trying to brand himself often on social media. So anything you have to say about any of those matchups coming up that we mentioned? Match 2, number 3. I mean,
it looks like we are moving on past Emperor Dark. So as excited as I was, I don't think we're going to be able to see that, unfortunately. But I do really, really want to see him in the next set of matches that are coming throughout his tournament line. Agent, always that player that kind of impresses me, and he's the one that's always been, grinding to get better. And I've been a fan of his and been watching him for a while, and I think the future looks great for him. He could probably surprise us all here and really show off something.
Yeah, man, he's always grinding. He really loves this game. So we'll see, man. I don't. Again, he's another one on that Dragon Ball beta. So who knows what's going to happen? We do have over 300 entrants tonight, by the way. So we're going back to, week number 1 through 3, where we hit over 300 every week. So shout outs to you guys for signing up. Shout out to everybody in the chat for also tuning in here. What everybody's playing for tonight, by the way, just in case anybody's new around here, we're gonna show you what everybody's trying to play for this week. And these are weekly prizes. There's money, there's points. There you go. Weekly prizes. First, $200 and 150 points. Second, $100 and 125 points. Third place, $75 and 100 points. And then, as you see, going down the line, 4th through even down to 32nd place, you either get a little bit more cash or just points, which those points count so much once we get towards the end, because those points can turn into money, especially if those 15 points get you into that final top 8 in the finale. And here's our rankings. Coming up first, we're kind of used to him by now. Semiij up there with 550. Rewind in second place, shortly behind. I mean, he's not that far behind, 475. And those two have been going at it almost every week, just kind of trading weeks back and forth. Even some mirror matches going on. And then third place, Dragon, 255 points. Dab in fourth with 200. And then 5th through 12th, you can see everybody. There's still a lot of close competition in that. I mean, there's 125, 140, 145, 150. Like, everybody's really close. So it's going to start getting a little savage down there as we go through a lot more of these weeks passing through. What do you think, Arma, about Enchantress so far? Have you dabbled in her? I know we saw her on the Clash on Friday. What do you think about her so far?
I mean, seeing how ridiculous Tweedy was playing Enchantress, and that was like a 3-day-old character, I think this character is real dirt, especially if you look at all the tech that various different high-level players have been putting up there. Just really ambiguous setups where you don't know what side it's going to hit on, things to really just kind of trap you down. And, you know, I feel like more or less that character power of hers, that it's almost like a win button when your opponent's down to nothing. It's really hard to avoid it unless your character has great mobility. And, you know, those scrambles between Nikki and Tweedy towards the end of that set on the Clash, it was just mind-blowing that you could see the thought process going through Nikki as he just like adapted and learned the matchup on the fly and learned like, okay, I can't let her just have this win button. I need to take a guess. I need to, you know, fly in somewhere else or, you know, back away. You can see the progress of the character power and how long it'll last by looking down at the bar. But I think that character is dirty, super dirty.
Yeah, you know what it reminds me of? Like, it took me a little bit to figure out, you know, personally, because I tried to stay off social media just to kind of look at the character and see what she had and just kind of judge for myself. And one of the first things I noticed was like, you can literally have a corner game going anywhere on the screen. And that was like, when I saw the reveal, I was like, wow, she's got a trance like Zatanna. She's got, you know, the magic and stuff. So it really, I was really interested in the character even before she came out. And then they did the stream and I was really impressed. But it is really cool that anywhere on the screen, you can either set up a corner or you can just let it rock, go for the overhead, go into the low, hard to blockable type stuff. Because essentially, like, it depends on how you use the character, I guess. We really don't know exactly how good she does. But it's really cool that once she hits you one time, there's potential that she's going to hit you again after she's done with that first combo, which is kind of the scary part. Like, one combo doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but you got to know she's going to try and hit you again once that ender, you know, she ends in the trait and then comes in whichever way. Oh, wait, we're getting into a match here. Who we got? Ox to Fox versus Reaper. I dig it. Our third match actually worked.
And for those of you who really love Ox the Fox or fall in love with him in this set, please feel free to follow him. He is streaming on stream.me.
There we go.
Let's see. Let's see if it's worth it. I mean, hey, here's his shot. He's right here on stage in front of everybody. Guys, this is the first match of the night. Let's
I promised Bruce I'd go easy on you.
Seriously? I'm about to wreck you.
Hell no! You're dead meat.
Begin.
All right, and starting us off here is Ox to Fox and Reaper going in with the Robin versus Red Hood, a battle of the Robins, so to speak. Nice backdash there by Reaper. Lets it come in with the... All right, got him with the sweep. Wakes up, gets himself out of that situation as Reaper. But Fox is trying to push him to that corner.
Oh, and what a successful jump in there. The mind setup, very beautiful stuff, but he does get out of it.
So he had that trait ready, but he didn't go into the Wrecker pressure for whatever reason, not sure. Caught him with the low, that overhead low string.
Oh, and put the keg down. We're not drinking tonight. It is time to fight. Got him in the corner. This is very...
Woo! And that meter burn back three.
Such a great option.
And this may... Oh, he didn't burn the bar, but it's still killed. That was close.
That was a good call on him. That was actually the perfect call. Don't have to spend the bar if you don't need to.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have just a sliver of health left.
Well, clearly he
And
knows
Reaper
the
actually
health bar's better than you.
Reaper has really closed the health gap here, but he's found himself in the corner, and that was a whip punish for days. And Fox using that tornado-like sword maneuver in the air, closing the distance. If Reaper can just throw out a meter burn back 3 when he sees that, he could have had at least 3 or 4 punishes.
Look at the meter deficit here. Fox really holding on to a lot of stuff, just kind of waiting to get Reaper into a bad situation.
Which just one good read, and those 2 bars equals a lot of damage for Robin. He's one of the heavy hitters in this game. Wait a minute, no conversion. Wow, and it went under the guns on that wake up. Crossed him up and burns the bar, and Fox is going to take the very first game in this set.
Robin wins.
All right, I'm impressed. I think we're going to have a few viewers coming his way. Definitely impressed by his Robin play. He understood when to challenge, when not to challenge, and I feel like I see a lot of patience coming from him. You know, very slow and steady wins the race, and that's really how you need to play this character, this footsie god of a character.
Yeah, I think you're dead on the money there. Fox played that very patient. You know, he did throw out a lot of those, you know, hurricane swords, whatever you want to call it, in the air. Which, you know, if Reaper could have just used the meter burn back 3, he would have shut a lot of that down and kind of shut down his mobility. Here we go, open it up with immediate air-to-air from Reaper, takes the first hit.
Both players looking for something just completely spacing away, but it doesn't matter. Trying to close the gap there with the use of that interactable swinging away.
Ooh, and actually crossed him up, I think. Either way, it hit.
That's all that matters,
really
as long as it hits.
This place is kind of a jungle gym right now, but now Reaper has put himself in the corner. Kind of throwing everything at him, even the kitchen sink. Nice, down 1 tree.
I love the side switch there, putting him closer to the corner and holding him down there, knowing exactly when the Fox wants to jump. And that was a punish, one of the harder wake-up moves to punish. Unfortunately, Reaper did not successfully continue the combo, but he does seal the deal with the jump back gunshots at the cost of 1 meter.
And this is looking completely different from that first game. Reaper has barely taken any damage at all. Fox has 4 bars, caught him in the air, didn't commit. That meter burn back 3, putting in work for Reaper, gonna cross him up. It's a little hard to blockable there. Reaper just keeping the space, getting his hits when it counts. He doesn't commit to the DP there.
Fox is looking for.
And he has got to hit confirm into that DP and get that launch. But he's not going to be able to clash that. A double back 3. Fox on life support, gets him with a dash in and a dash in again. The lunge. It's been a minute. We call that the lunge around here.
Yeah, it's a very different matchup when you're not the one in the life lead. You know, Reaper knowing that he started that game out the gate with that perfect call with the instant jump 1. And just maintain that life lead as it just slowly got bigger and bigger. And he was okay with just, you know, sitting back full screen and anticipating any kind of anti-air that Fox was throwing his way. But maybe he's just sick and tired of not having full screen options that are fast enough to stop the guns of Red Hood. So he's switching over to Deadshot. I was about to say that, the Deadshot, just so he can have more.
Begin.
All right, skipping intros. I don't like this one bit, but Fox is ready. He means business. Unfortunately, does not get the first hit. The first hit and the meter award goes to Reaper.
And a character like Deadshot, I don't think we've seen this character since he got the nerfs, at least on War of the Gods.
I didn't know that you could still pick this. I thought they removed him from the select screen.
You know what? I think you're onto something, man. I don't know. Fox putting in some cheat codes, maybe the Game Genie. But he's mixing. Reaper is still sitting pretty here. Wakes up, gets a little bit of chip. Oh, and a nice trick shot. Wow. Reaper is going to take that first health bar yet again from Fox. But Fox not down too much. It's better than the last match. And he's traded up. Tries to jump in again, no good. Oh, and a whip punish on the back three. Reaper just kind of jumping left and right.
Yeah, Oxtafox ready to make this comeback, really making the right decisions as Reaper presents them to him. Fortunately, not whiff punishing those gunshots, but maintaining his cool and understanding that he's got to play this game full screen.
And I really like that. A lot of characters don't have answers for when Red Hood goes to the air just like that to do especially like a full screen punish. But Fox with that meter burn rifle has found the answer. Don't throw that out at me, sir. Woo! A lot of meter being spent, but that is a punish. Fox sitting pretty, jumps himself right into the stars. Oh, and he's going to be able to clash this.
Move, dirtbag.
Eat lead, sucker.
2 bars apiece. Clash is completely tied. No wiggle room here, unfortunately. But I think, Fox just wanted to give him no more resources. Wanted to take away all his meters.
It looks like it's paying off so far. The health is so close. That is going to kill Oxtafox. Up 2-1 with Deadshot wins.
Yeah, I mean, so far this pick is working out for him, and being able to be so comfortable in different skins and different characters is not an easy thing to do in any fighting game. So big props out to Oxtafox. I'm really loving this Deadshot play. I haven't seen this character in a while, but a character that we do see plenty of. Reaper switching over to Supergirl. She's got an answer for that zoning. As soon as she feels like you're going to sit back and just shoot, she's got that meter burn teleport that can just lead into a full damaging combo. And not only that, she has some full screen zoning options of her own.
Begin.
Exactly. And that forward 3, I mean, I still don't know what side it hits on. It just kind of lands right on top of you. Who knows?
Oh, I like the combo there. Trick shot, making sure he gets every single Kryptonian tip bullet into Supergirl.
Oh, and there it is, Arma, the meter burn teleport you were talking about.
That's definitely going to play a huge factor in this matchup.
Woo! Nice wake-up option there by Reaper. That's one thing you can't do to Supergirl is kind of cross her up on Oki. Got that answer. Comes straight up from the ground.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're trying to cross up or not cross up. There we go. That's a full combo punish. Bleeding a little bit of meter with every one of those green bullets as they come in.
Not completely out of Fox's hands, but Reaper wants to tie this up, take us to an immediate Game 5 in our first game here in week number 5.
I'm not sure if Oxtafox is anticipating a roll of the interactable, but Supergirl is a power character, so she's going to pick up, what others, the solar panels and just throw them over her head.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. I could be wrong with solar panels. That's just what it looks like. I have no idea, to be honest. Oh! Didn't wait for him to touch the ground.
Okay, Oxtafox not far behind. He doesn't have much in meter. He doesn't have much in resources, so he needs to really be careful with each play-by-play as it comes his way. He's looking for the teleport, but right when he stopped looking for it, right when he wanted to set up shop and shoot, he goes in right behind his back.
Oh, caught him with that low. He's got to know. There it is. I had a feeling it was going to come at some point. Just when Fox wanted to do something, Reaper had the answer. Going to a game number 5. Ox to Fox versus Reaper. BXA versus Coalition. This is actually turning into quite the set so far.
Tough to get out of that tiny little chip range from Supergirl. You know, it's tough to avoid that meter burn teleport. It's going to hit you, and you better be ready for it. So now the interesting thing is, you know, we know he does play Robin. Is he going to switch over to Robin? Is this a matchup that's a little bit more favorable than Red Hood? Not sure where we're going with this.
Yeah, his Robin, he was really committing into either the cross up or he was trying to get himself in using the kind of windmill sword in the air a little bit too much. And really, when he got his hits, he wasn't netting the damage with that DP. He just wasn't using that DP as much as it probably should.
Yeah,
well, we'll see. He's going to stick with Robin.
Yeah, no, his go-to wake up, you know, at least from the Robin I saw, was a lot of Assassin Strike, which is the one that's a little bit, it's pretty tough to punish. But you know, I would like to see a little bit more in the uppercut department.
Trying to jump his way in, but Reaper caught him with that back 1-2 into the frost breath. Meter burn, push to the corner. Content with staying back, doesn't want to do the corner.
That is just so hard to like whiff jump-ins on, because she will punish you very easily. So you need to be super careful and make sure that those normals actually reach her.
I like the stagger with the down 1 into the down 1-2 by Fox. Here we go, the wake up by Reaper. Gonna burn that trait. Ooh, and that's a whip punish. Big damage here, but crossed himself up, wasn't able to finish the combo. Oh my God. And Reaper's gonna close out that first health bar here in game number 5. Fox has got to figure something out. He's got 4 bars.
He does have 4 bars, but he's about to need an entire combo, and he wasted 2 bars just to get out of there, just to try to maintain, you know, as small of a life deficit as possible. Blocking those lasers is a very tough job. They come out so quickly, and it almost looks like movement from her. You almost think that she's just walking back, but instead she's just eye-beaming you right in the face and putting you straight on your ass.
He actually got the hit there with that back 1-2. Oh, and no punish. That's crucial. And didn't even burn the meter to stay safe. But he stayed safe anyway.
It's a mind game there. You know, once it's unblocked, sometimes your opponent's expecting you for the follow-up. And, you know, sometimes they expect it too hard and don't even realize they can punish.
Speaking of punish, that was a nice whiff punish by Reaper in that segment just a little bit ago. He's one more laser. He's going to build a bar. And here we go. No punish. Crossed him up. Backdash. Coming in with the trait pressure. Down 1, and this should do it. Oh, and a teabag. Wait a minute. That's not going to kill.
No. The disrespect.
Woo!
I can't stand it.
Power Girl wins.
Reaper walking away right after that delicious teabag, and so much disrespect to his opponent. But good games to Ox to Fox. I was, you know, pretty impressed, especially by that Deadshot, that adjustment to kind of figure out, like, okay, Red Hood's got some full screen options. Maybe I can edge one over on him. But alas, didn't make it. And Reaper moves on as the victor right after. It's just, you know, how do you feel about teabags? Do they belong here? Do they belong here on War of the Gods?
I say yes. They belong. They belong in competitive. You know, no matter what, they're a huge mind game, and they can really trigger some people and just make them play flat out. You know, either really angry or frustrated, whatever the case. But I've always been like, if you're gonna teabag, let's see him early. Like, I want to see him early, not when you surely got the kill. I want to see him early. Send that message and just really bring out the heat. But you know, it is what it is, man. Ox is going to go down there to losers. Reaper moving on into the bracket. I'm not sure who he's going against yet. Now, our next matchup, we're gonna kind of tell you guys what's coming up next. We got TSS Chico versus Mystery Bot. And then we got Coalition's Deoxys versus Gravity Alcatraz. That's going to be a barn burner right there. And then we got Titanium Tigers versus DSV Basics. Tigers has really just been a phenomenal, solid player, capable of upsetting nearly anybody in the bracket as far as I'm concerned. So it's going to be hyped to see him again. Oh, wait a minute. We got a little bit of... Yeah, you want to speak on that?
Speaking of upsets, we just got the upset alert from the upset police here behind the scenes at War of the Gods. Triclops 3-0 over HoneyBee. Now, I don't know if HoneyBee picked the Flash. I don't know if his controller just fell apart in the middle of the set. I don't know if he picked Supergirl, but I do know that Triclops is the victor over HoneyBee 3-0. I want to see what happens.
That's pretty nuts. Yeah, man. That's the stuff that happens here on War of the Gods, man. Like, you're never safe because, you know, some of these people, they don't get to go to events or stream or whatever the case. So you really, like, you're just going to run into unfamiliar people. And then sometimes you just take a 3-0 and you're like, wait a minute, what just happened? Triclops. What an early statement in these brackets.
Yeah. I mean, you don't know who's out there really grinding, who's out there really understanding how fighting games work, especially, you know, that the random, not I don't want to say the random factor, but the surprise factor is so much bigger this day in this era of fighting games versus, you know, back then when we didn't have like any kind of training room, when you just had to go to arcades to play, when there was no online. But now with so much information out there on the internet, so much matchup, you know, helping abilities that you can access through just playing on ranked or even just playing with really good players, it's really hard to kind of understand where everyone stands, especially when it's just this outsider. You're just like, he could be really good or he can be really bad. And it looks like HoneyBee wasn't ready 3 games in a row. Wow, what an upset. And the upset police has also told me that it was Atrocitus versus Supergirl. So HoneyBee using Supergirl, we can give him that one. His Supergirl is really good. His Supergirl is getting better and better.
You see Tweedy in the chat. He's trying to get the chat going nuts. He said Triclops actually goes to locals, and HoneyBee does not. You know what is going on in the chat? You know, we're really trying to go there. It's already been on social media all day, but we are getting Enchantress for the first time.
Intelligence is abnormal.
I have millennia of experience to draw from.
Fascinating.
Begin.
And here we go. Enchantress is here, and you know what? I forget who I went against. I want to say it was Ivy, but she told Ivy that she would turn her into a newt, and that was actually one of Zatanna's lines in Injustice 1. I was so hyped when I heard that.
That's very interesting. A nod almost to Zatanna. Now you got to watch out for those X's that Enchantress does. She use so many different, you know, temporary nerves in terms of, you know, dealing damage if you decide to teabag or, you know, take to the air, things like that. So depending on the hex, very different.
Brings no pleasure.
Yeah, and those curses, as good as they are, you know, a lot of characters have answers, even full screen, when she starts it up to straight up punish her. And Brainiac may be one of those.
This is called black magic.
A truly wasted effort.
Mystery Bot has just totally made a statement and said, don't pick this character on me, I promise. I've done my homework. And one thing that Enchantress is once she gets knocked down, it's very tough for her to get up. She has a pretty decent wake up, but it is full punishable. And this range that Brainiac has at his disposal comes in. Oh my god, he's going to convert off of that.
And he's just going for it doesn't really matter. Mystery Bot just in control, in the driver's seat, and really just doing a number here on Chico. Not sure if Chico, I mean, Enchantress is new, and I know Chico does not just play Enchantress, so could be that first game, you know, giveaway, and let me just throw out this new character, let's try to get hype, or let me see if my opponent has no idea how to handle this completely new character with setups that no one's ever seen before. Yeah, we're going, Chico's going
right to Batman. Yeah, I think you're right, man. I think Chico was like, let's bring out the hype. Let's bring Enchantress into the mix, and it just wasn't there for him. But she does have a really good down two to answer any of those dive kicks. But you know, Mystery Bot just
consistent can answer those dive kicks of Brainiac. They are so they take priority over everything.
Absolutely, and it's absolute death if you try and air to air. I know that, you know, Fate's Back 2 does pretty good. There's a couple characters that have some good answers, but Mystery Bot is just walking Chico down to the corner, but that meter burn forward 3 from Chico. Gonna get some Batman pressure going.
Oh, trying to fake out the overhead instead, going for the low out there, but Mystery Bot all over it, understands the timing, and understands it's not a mix-up.
Ooh. And I love these conversions off of the trait. I mean, seriously. Ooh, and that back 2 from Chico actually caught him out of the air. They traded, and Chico's going to take that first health bar.
Choice is surrender.
Only has 4 health points. Oh my god, that would have done it no matter what.
Oh yeah, that went straight for his dome, just cracking right through the cowl of Batman. Putting him back full screen. However, he's got those mechanical bats out there. You got to watch out. A very great character power that lets him attack without putting himself in too much danger. Anticipating some kind of jump in for the anti-air batarangs. Unfortunately for Chico, never mind. Chico finding the opening, but drops it just not quite close enough for that forward 3.
I like this from Chico. Just throwing those upward batarangs. So you know what? I dare you to go in the air. Building some meter along the way, even though it takes Batman so long to build meter off those batarangs. Woo! And Batman is just going to suffer from this rage. Oh my god! We're getting the super. No! That would have been hype. We could have got it from KIT where they skipped that super.
Don't be so sure.
That super is really, really hyped there, but Mystery Bot not aware of the fact that Chico was ready to just, you know, try anything he could. He did have 4 bars, so why not? Try to roll out, try to air escape. Don't eat the super because it was gonna meet death. Death came anyway for Chico, although that was a much closer match than the first one, and I feel like Chico really understands the matchup. It just really came down to 1 or 2 bad decisions there at the end in those scrambles. I don't see Chico straying away from Batman. I see his path to victory is with this character.
Batman.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, it was very close. Just one good read would have made all the difference. Mystery Bot, you know, I really like his use of Brainiac's tentacles. He gets right in that sweet spot where Batman doesn't have a whole lot of answers unless he just takes a risk. And actually, Chico made a couple good reads to get him out of those situations. But he's got a reverse 3-0 now. He's got a huge mountain to climb.
Hey, man, I think Chico can do it, especially if you saw how close that last one is. The skill gap between these 2 players is not too big.
I have
Begin.
Oh, and not able to convert off that. As we've seen many times, he's converted off so many of these traits. Little Brainiac ships all over the screen.
You know, just taking it in the air, trying to get something, just some tricky setups with those beta and alpha drones. Once he does summon them, he can hold them and release them when he wants to. So you always got to really oh, man.
And just walking him down. This Mystery Bot, but Chico with an answer here. Tries to get some a little bit more damage. Woo! And a wake up. Upward batarang.
It's such a good move, you know. It lowers his hurt box. It goes right in your face. You don't even need to really jump in on it for it to hit you. And so much combo potential. Why not just do it? Why?
Okay. I really like this play from Chico right now. Really turning up. Mystery Bot, once he gets in, oh my god, the Savage down too. Didn't want to deal with any of it. A little bit too many standing ones there to get that background bounce. Push him a little bit too far away. Chico trying to get that bar built. Keep Mystery Bot away. Who has 4 bars?
Looking for the grapple, but instead eats a supercomputer right to the face as Chico tries to just extend this life lead he has. Tries to use those invincibility frames to backdash and get away, but you know that hitbox on that dive kick is just so immense, so overwhelming.
And it's really quick too. I mean, you've seen, you know, some players, they do that dive kick so instant, but that conversion from Chico to get himself out of the corner, that was clutch. Oh, and he caught him with the meter burn. Gonna force a clash though.
Here.
I've got a few chapters left.
Bot probably gonna spin 2. Oh, all 3 of them. Okay.
All 3 bars. Very interesting choice here, but I feel like Mystery Bot just wants to get as much wiggle room as he possibly can in terms of the life deficit. You know, he wants to make it up.
And these batarangs are putting in so much work for Chico, not just in damage or chip, but just spacing and slowing Mystery Bot down. But now he's found himself in the corner. Can he get himself out? Gonna clash.
Never lose.
Earth's history suggests otherwise.
The immediate wake up is not really a wake up, but it works so much. Mystery Bot has almost tied this thing back up. Chico's got to get himself out. Mystery Bot with all that damage from those tentacles, and that slide is going to cement the deal. Mystery Bot takes it 3-0 over Chico.
Yeah, Mystery Bot just keeping his cool, maintaining his composure, and understanding that, you know, the victory is just one play away. Just keep going at it, keep going at it. And can we talk about how great that read was in the corner, knowing that he was going to go for that wall jump and just meeting him with a meter burn forward 3, a great universal tool that every character in the game has access to with just the use of 1 bar. You know, that's really understanding your opponent's options and just shutting them down. And I'm impressed. That was a great Brainiac.
Yeah, that forward 3 from Brainiac we've seen do so much work because he keeps it, like most characters, you know, they'll kind of lunge forward in some fashion or they'll kind of jump in the air. But Brainiac, you know, he has those tentacles where he keeps his body away. Oh, I'm sorry. He keeps his body away and those tentacles, you know, kind of just push out there. So you know, Enchantress has a little bit of that too with that demon arm that comes down. There's a couple characters that have some pretty good forward 3s that keep themselves out of harm's way at the same time. So yeah, shout outs to that Brainiac, man. That was pretty sexy. I love some of those conversions. And a good Brainiac always brings the hype, man. Always.
Yeah, and it was almost like he could understand that, you know, the alpha or the beta drone was going to hit before it actually did. And he was doing such a good job of just converting it, you know, getting as many hits as possible before going into, you know, a dive kick or potentially another drone setup. You know, and hit confirming is key in this game, in any fighting game. Understanding that, you know, you have 2 different routes to go through and recognizing that your opponent is blocking, let's hurt him, or he's blocking, let's not put ourselves in too much danger, or he is not blocking, let's really hurt him. And that's what you really, really got to work on. Everyone does, you know, if you want to be a really good player.
Yeah, that's one thing you'll see, you know, especially, you know, as we progress through these pools, and we see it every week, every major, it doesn't matter. Any stream, you know, the top echelon players are always, you know, going to keep it safe if it's on block, and they're going to really, you know, just bring out all the heavy damage on hit, you know, burning meter, whatever they got to do. Once they recognize that hit, you know, it's full combo time into possibly a setup or a cross up, whatever the case may be. So don't get opened up. Hold that block button just for a little bit longer, people. Next matchup coming up, Coalition's Deoxys versus Gravity Alcatraz. Now Deoxys, he mains Blue Beetle. He started this game with Scarecrow, found at home in Blue Beetle. He's got a Supergirl out there. We've seen him, or a Catwoman maybe. One of those 2 characters. We know there's Deoxys with the Catwoman. And maybe doesn't like Blue Beetle in this matchup, or maybe he just drank the juice and picked Catwoman altogether, and now she's his main. I don't know.
I mean, it's like you're
Alcatraz.
surprised that somebody doesn't want to live in a shack when they have a mansion that they can go to. Yes, he's gonna pick Catwoman. Get off the man's back.
Catwoman.
All right. Starting it off just perfectly here with that meter award there, recognizing that he got the first hit and that meter lead.
And one thing Cheetah does possess is that damage. Once she opens you up, she's gonna burn all that bar, baby.
Oh yeah, it's gonna hurt.
And just, oh my god. Especially when she's got that trade up, Jesus.
Yeah, when she sharpens up those claws and just gives them that nice magic that she loves utilizing, it's really, really gonna hurt for a short amount of time. So you gotta kind of watch out. I really hope you don't get opened.
Ooh, and that down two by Alcatraz, recognizing the jump in. Very rare do you see Catwoman anti-aired, but in this case, it didn't pay off for Catwoman. He is going to confirm that should close out the first health bar. Deoxys. It's pretty even so far, Arma. It's pretty even.
Yeah, these guys are going toe to toe right now. I don't see one person being in control over the other. Maybe Deoxys by a little bit here, but Alcatraz is just trying to minimize it. And unfortunately, he doesn't have the meter lead here. It does go to Deoxys, and once Deoxys gets some momentum on his side, he's really going to make it hurt.
Now, we would see this matchup in the first season with Semiij versus Revit Leafy. And it looked kind of like a nightmare for Catwoman, but it could have just been matchup unfamiliarity by Semiij with Deoxys getting opened up.
Can we talk about how he just perfectly whipped out that backdash with the bounce cancel? But hold on, it might have been a little too early here. Knows that he doesn't want to go for the clash. Instead, just looking for these little hits here and there.
I like these little leap cancels by Alcatraz, but gets opened up with the meter burn back three.
Make it interesting. You just watch me.
Where's the decision making? What's happening here? Both players use all their bar, 15% damage dealt. Pretty much even here. 2 sweeps, 2 overhead. Something's gonna take this. Tries to go for a throw. Unfortunately, just whiffs it in front of his opponent's face. And when you whiff anything in front of Catwoman, you're just begging her to punish you.
Catwoman, one of the strongest characters, if not the strongest character on the ground. As Arma said, if you whiff buttons in front of her, GG's. Man, that back two or really any of her normals, man, they're gonna catch you.
Oh yeah, it's scary stuff, man. It is scary stuff. And she's always just 1 jump 2 away from hitting you. Just 1 jump 2.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just 1 3/4 of screen jump in away. Alcatraz opening us up here with some hefty damage, over 400. Nice wake up there by Deoxys. That 4-3 was coming.
Oh, looking for the down 2, but Alcatraz is not getting it to him. Yeah, that's the thing with Cheetah. She's got such great mobility. She can really control the arc of that super jump, from many different levels. However, she seems fit for the situation.
Alcatraz trying to put that sweep. We talk about low profiling in Catwoman, but that Cheetah sweep is so good. It goes under so much.
Oh, baits out the wake up, doesn't whip punish there, just not fast enough. And that Cheetah.
Ooh, and that's a punish. Woo.
Yeah, that was textbook. That was by the book. Deoxys waiting for it and just letting Alcatraz open himself up with that overhead dive punch.
Wow, and Alcatraz getting him out of the air with the air-to-air with that pounce. Still pretty much dead even. Oh, and dropped the combo. That huge, oh my god, and it got him with the pounce. Some good damage here by Deoxys. Goes for the setup, catches Alcatraz trying to backdash.
In a feline. Have you had your shots?
Burning all the meter to either of these players here. Both of them utilizing their Q bars for the clash system, and the sweep there by Cheetah, just trying to hold Catwoman down, forcing the clash here.
I'll flay you for the goddess.
15% back for Deoxys. Trying to keep himself in this thing. And not let Alcatraz even it up. But there's some damage coming in. A sweep. And a grab. And wow, and the read by Alcatraz ties it up 1-1.
I mean, Deoxys really didn't have much of a choice there. He was down on life support there. Didn't want to block anything Alcatraz was throwing his way. So he decided to go with the wake-up attack, which is not a bad decision. You know, he's trying to make something happen here. The Alcatraz, you know, sticking with that setup, sticking with the confidence of the fact that he's going to hit the wake-up no matter what. So good stuff. Maybe a meter run back three would have worked. Maybe a forward dash, but doesn't matter. Alcatraz called it right, and here we go. Some Blue Beetle hype here. Ladies and gentlemen, going back to the shack of a character away from Catwoman, being more in, you know, being in that comfortable skin that he wants. You know, because I did see a lot of drops there with Catwoman, so, you know, a little bit of a lacking the familiarity of how it goes, you know, when you hit certain things. But I feel like we won't see that here with Blue Beetle. Hopefully Alcatraz gets surprised. He doesn't understand maybe how things work. At least that's the opposite thing.
Okay, and Deoxys is going to bring the blades out and trade it up, but tries to come in with a forward two. Alcatraz with the answer. Just look at that damage. Oh my God, almost 450. And the down two. Both of these characters kind of up, down, jumping around. Nice confirmed there by this. And you notice right there, Blue Beetle can trade the stance switch mid-combo at a certain special. Oh my God, he's going to take the health bar.
Mine just wakes up out of there. You know, when he's got those blades out, that wake up recovers a lot faster.
Feel your life slipping away?
All right, going for some kind of full screen presence here, trying to just build the meter, I guess, or just giving Alcatraz the opportunity to run away with his life.
Stain my claws.
Trying to get something going here. Oh, desperately looking for those sides to just go into the heart of Cheetah. But Deoxys finally getting rid of that first bar. Unfortunately, he doesn't have access to his flash anymore. And unfortunately, even more, keep that switch. I need to before we go, he's got some bar, gonna spend it and extend these combos. This is gonna really hurt. Hopefully leave him in a nice setup position. Trying to hunt down that backdash, but Cheetah's just a little too fast for that particular setup. You gotta commit a little bit stronger than just jumping in. Doesn't watch his feet, gets swept up for his troubles.
Enjoying these claws.
They tickle.
All right, hopefully my mic sounds okay. I'm not sure. I'm going to finish out this match regardless.
All right.
Oh, he got him with the 4-3.
And just like Robot Echo put it, just that forward three really just got him the win there, taking us to a game 5. It is tied up 2-2. I mean, hey, do you think that Alcatraz is going to go anywhere else? I mean, is this just we're committed to Cheetah? No, never mind. We're committed to Cheetah. And, you know, it wasn't – I feel like Deoxys didn't really just have the strong hold there on the matchup, but – you know, he was able to make that huge comeback because it did look like Alcatraz was going to run away with it 3-1. And, you know, Deoxys just stayed cool, play-by-play, was able to just finish it out. I think he understands what's going on. He understands the tendencies that his opponents are putting in front of him. And I think he can make this upset happen. Oh, and the overhead into the bounce cancel, extending the combo. So much damage. Not only that, you have to hold this corner. Never mind. Doesn't matter what corner you hold. When you wake up with those buttons, the fingerboard forward 3 to beat out any speed. and slow move that Deoxys was trying to implement.
All right, how do I sound, Arma? Am I any
All
better?
right, you sound great. You got it.
Awesome. All right, so we're just. I think it was just a V-mix. I just reset it. Here we go. Down
You're looking for something here, not giving it to him. Woo! Alcatraz is trying to get something going. He's like, I'm not letting you just have this pixel so free. But unfortunately for him, Blue Beetle always in that range as he just lunges at you, and he did not have the chip to take any kind of damage.
Deoxys has taken the health lead by 200 health points. Oh, and a nice whip punish. Wasn't able to get much out of it. Which is a hard knockdown. It's a very good forward progressing mid. Alcatraz is going to clash.
I'll get right on that.
Doing the sweep there, getting away, getting something going here. And look at the swag combo here by Deoxys. Unfortunately, he takes them out of the corner, but it doesn't matter. He's looking to end this, uses the bounce cancel.
Oh! Oh, and Alcatraz, Deoxys caught him with the jump in. That is going to close it out. Deoxys takes it 3-1 over Alcatraz, and Alcatraz immediately out of here saying, I'm done with this. I'm going down to losers. Deoxys, thank you. Deoxys moving on. The switch to Blue Beetle seemed to do the work there for him, man. Wow. I'm telling you, like, he's just one of the best Blue Beetles out there, man. There's very few of any Blue Beetles as a whole, but Deoxys, you know, he's made a top 8 with that character already this season. So I hope he just sticks with it. I know the Catwoman is kind of like, you know, the tempting fruit out there, but sometimes, you know, the character you're best with is just not, you know, as far as the tier list goes, you know, on a Catwoman level, and you can just make a character work like that. I mean, sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about where you put your efforts and your work into, but you're definitely onto something here. Certain characters do illuminate certain aspects that you see in fighting game players. You know, you're not going to have someone, a really great rushdown player, be great with a defensive wall of a character. Like, people try to pick what highlights their strengths and what can hopefully hide their weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is sometimes, man. All the characters are different. They have, you know, their own set of tools that, you know, sometimes, like you said, you know, if you're a rushdown player, probably not going to be the best, you know, with a character that is like a defensive wall, like a Dr. Fate or something like that. So, you know, it comes with it, man. And sometimes we're just not lucky to have a character that we're great with and that they're really, really good in the meta. So, you know, yeah. All right. So Deadly Rebel on Twitter saying the Swamp King. Deadly Rebel in here putting in work, man. Deadly Rebel has really, really turned some heads with that Swamp thing. Let me tell you. But even on the Clash, though, him and Biohazard went at it. Didn't look too good for Deadly Rebel in that matchup. It was Bane versus Swamp Thing, and Biohazard kind of ran away with that one. But you know, Deadly Rebel's always signing up every week and putting in work. So hopefully we see him later. We are about to get Titanium Tigers versus DSV Basics, and then Method SylverRye versus C88 Real Harris. That's going to be an interesting matchup because I haven't seen Real Harris play in this game yet. I've not seen him. I don't know who he's playing. I know he had a really good Predator in MKX, but I'm not sure who he's using in this game, unless you do.
No, I really have no idea, but I am excited to see SylverRye, you know, one of those players that are always just like outside the cusp of, you know, the big top 8s. And I feel like we're going to see better things out of him. And it's just always a player that can really surprise me, especially on the fact that he's not a returning Injustice 1 player. You know, SylverRye got his footing and made a name for himself during the MKX days. And, you know, Injustice 2 is coming out and he's like, you know what, I'm going to go in just as hard and I'm going to try to do some work. And I feel like he's really doing it.
I will say that SylverRye was, you know, I don't think he played competitively in Injustice 1, but I know he really found a home with Shazam or You know, he really wanted that character to make a comeback, and sadly he didn't. But you know, what can
It's
you
okay.
do,
That
man?
character was too good. I mean, free wake up all the time. That character just got up for free for no reason in Injustice 1. You could not mix him up. You had the Oki game against Shazam was non-existent. It didn't matter. He just teleported away from you.
I mean, the visual of that character, I always loved that. You know, the lightning on his chest was always animated. That was just a really nice touch, especially for back then with technology and stuff. It's just a really cool looking character. And of course, you know, even if Black Adam just had a hood, I would probably actually play that character. But I can't take that hairline seriously. I just, you know, it's no, not a huge fan. And visuals are a big thing when I pick up a character. Like, do they look cool? No, I'm probably not going to play him. It just is the way. But if he had a hood on, or you know, give Green Arrow his hood, because I know they're all asking for it. Yeah, if he had a hood on, I'd probably try that character out, because I really liked him in Injustice 1. I thought he was really good, and he had a hood on. So Basics is not showing up, so we may not get to see Tigers versus Basics.
But that means...
yeah, we're gonna go in here. Do you? Ooh, okay, Arma. Let
it's
let
getting
know
better
what's
and better.
coming. Yeah, let him know what's coming, man.
So after SylverRye's match, it's going to be Kinetic Semiij versus Emperor Dark. Now, this is a very interesting matchup. A lot of people say that Catwoman gets away from Joker very easily, and she is one of the smaller girl characters that kind of slips out of his meterwork and gun combos. You can delay it, but it's pretty hard to do. I really want to see how Emperor Dark approaches that matchup, if he's going to stick with Joker or if he would go to someone else. I know if you look at the PlayStation Network leaderboards, Emperor Dark is the highest ranked Joker, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he picks Joker all the time. Maybe he's got a counterpick for Catwoman. Who knows? But after that, it's going to be Tweety the Bird versus King Raj. King Raj really doing his thing, going out to several different events this entire year. And, you know, Tweety doing his thing, the hometown heroes making it all the way to the finals in Las Vegas. Unfortunately, did not make top 2, but always a strong contender. And I believe, I don't know if it's still there, but I believe Tweety was #1 ranked on PlayStation Network for Injustice 2. And he is putting in his time, not just trading room. He's going into ranked and just beating the living snot out of every person that comes his way, just to ensure. I mean, oh man, how do you have like that much dedication to the game? That's really impressive, and I don't know how he does it.
Some of the work some of these guys put in this game. I mean, we've heard, you know, if you've ever heard some of the interviews, which I'm sure you have, you know, talking to Dragon or Tweedy or any Semiij, sonicfox, like the amount of work, because there's a big thing, like the amount of time that you spend is one thing, but the amount of time plus what you actually learn or find out during that time are two different things. You know, you could have very quality 1 hour practice or whatever the case, or you could have 10 hours of practice, but not really, you know, walk away with much. So there's a huge difference. And, you know, some of these guys like Tweedy, Semiij, Sonic, Dragon, they're all putting in that work, man. Like probably almost more than a full-time jobs, you know, that you would put in a day in a full-time job. I mean, that this is kind of their job. Some of them. Yeah. I wish I would love that time to be able to just put into the game and just really, you know, hone down on everything. But
I mean, it's not just, honestly, it's not just time, you know, there is, you know, some people just have a sheer talent for these type of things, you know.
That's true.
It doesn't, just because you put in as much time as Sonic Fox does not mean you will get Sonic Fox results.
That's very true.
Yeah, no, it is true. And it does go back to your point right there. It's about the quality of time that you put in. You know, you could be ranked all day playing scrubs, you're not going to learn much. But go toe-to-toe, lose a set versus a really great player, you'll learn a lot. So we have Real Harris going with Atrocitus. He's going to be going up against SylverRye. SylverRye, you know, on a lot of Hellboy, but I guess for this matchup, he's going straight to Batman, maybe a matchup that he understands. He understands the ins and outs of. So we're not going to risk anything here. Using the mechanical bat.
So smart.
Yeah, that was really smart.
That was pretty sick. And that trade is gone by the end of that run too. You know, maybe SylverRye, you know, didn't bring out the Hellboy, worried about the up breath that Atrocitus possesses, really keeps him out of the air maybe. But 500 damage coming out of SylverRye. And finally, Real Harris able to get a little bit of damage, but he's got to open up SylverRye. He's really got to do something here.
And I love Real Harris's choice to really challenge after blocking that mechanical bat, understanding it doesn't have much block stun. He's looking grim for Harris, only down to a sliver on that first bar. As SylverRye trying to look for something, not necessarily forcing the situation, but more just kind of waiting for it to present itself. Going with batarangs, going with up batarangs, and just waiting for his trait to regenerate. However, speaking of regenerating traits, Nexstar is out and ready to play here. What's SylverRye gonna do once he gets his back up in the corner? Doesn't matter, goes in with the back 1-1.
SylverRye with that trade bat, he's gonna be able to pick that up too. I thought he was gonna drop that. Real Harris is sitting on 4 bars right now, and he's still got a clash to use. That's the push block. Oh, and the read. The backdash by Real Harris and the forward dash by SylverRye. Coming in with the mix and caught him. SylverRye not watching his feet. That shield, that 4-3 coming in. The back 2-3. And a grab and a nice take by SylverRye. Ooh. And Harris put out that down 1. I thought he was going to get caught with that jump in 2.
Oh, the full screen blood NATO there. SylverRye now watching his feet, giving Harris the ability to summon Nexstar and really bully him here in the corner. But fortunately for SylverRye, he does have access to the mechanical bats. He can summon them without putting himself in too much danger here.
Very good defensive play there by SylverRye, blocking all that mix. Tries to go with the grab on, and Harris tried to go with a down 2.
It has its uses.
SylverRye only had 1 bar to spend here, nullifying the health regain from 25 down to 15. Let's see if it was worth it. He does find something here, doesn't confirm into a full combo, whatever. Keeps the momentum.
Oh my God.
Chases down the backdash. What a read.
Wow! And, yeah, okay. We got to talk about that for a minute. SylverRye takes the first game.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Tell me, Echo.
SylverRye, you know, Harris desperately playing catch up. And SylverRye blocked high that entire string, the forward 2-2-3. And you would think a puddle would come.
Yeah.
And SylverRye he just blocked the entire, because you know that puddle is going to give him the full combo and bring that match closer. SylverRye either, I don't know, this man's either fuzzing like crazy or he just knew. I don't even know. But I would have got caught.
He just understands. He understands the matchup and he understands the tendencies. The thing that impressed me even more was SylverRye chasing down those backdashes. He didn't quite punish him every single time, but it was almost like he knew. He's like, okay, he's going to backdash right now. And that's a very annoying thing to deal with in this matchup. Atrocitus has a great backdash. Not only that, but it puts him in perfect range to just grid punish that time too.
Yeah, you're right. SylverRye has had some really good reads on when Real Harris is going to backdash out of a lot of his pressure. Got him with that trait bat into a 4-3. Not going to spin the bar for the restand to close it out, but that Birdarang is going to do it.
Blind rage is foolish.
And that up Batarang.
So good. Such a great option. Lowering your hitbox and really launching your opponent in the air for a full combo. There's no reason not to just go for it. Very, very tough to, you gotta like specifically read that it's coming and try to lower your hitbox to get away from that up battering explosion.
Real Harris not gonna clash in that back 3. Oh my God, that's gonna be so much damage.
So it looks like SylverRye is probably going to be going unclashable from here out. I don't expect him to give Real Harris an opportunity to clash. SylverRye just, again, waiting for the wind to present itself. Not really forcing it too much. Right there, stopped because he didn't want him to clash. Took advantage of the hit advantage and just went for the forward throw. SylverRye taking the second game, going up 2-0 over Real Harris.
Absolutely solid play by SylverRye so far, and I saw him in the chat say that they play this matchup a lot. So you know, when you get two guys that play together a lot, you know you're going to see like the crazy reads we've been seeing so far. Just you know, when does this player like to backdash? When does he like to jump out? Blah blah blah. And SylverRye's just capitalized on it so much.
Can we talk about how much Real Harris loves the color red for some reason, going with the red shader on Starfire? Now, Starfire a little bit different of a character, more in the sense of having full screen options. You got to watch out for that trait. She can just bust it in your face, knocking you down, and it's really annoying to get in on her if she is well situated with her zoning game.
And she is very, very safe in her offense. You know, she doesn't have, you know, many strings that hit a lot, but her, you know, when she starts bringing out that starburst and all that, you know, she does a lot of chips.
Oh, using that invincibility frames on that wake-up attack. SylverRye anticipating one with a few less invincibility frames. So good call there on Harris, going with the right wake-up that time.
Nice down one. And a down one slide by SylverRye. Okay.
That was a punish. He knew it was going to punish, so, you know, why not?
Batman's down one, you know, not being one of the more ranged attacks from Batman's arsenal. It's very, I don't know if I've ever seen down one slide before, to be honest with you.
Hey, I mean, SylverRye is just that good of a player. Oh, using the beam right to the face. SylverRye trying to get something going here, trying to close the gap between himself and Starfire. It's just that very frustrating thing once you get hit by that one right decision by the projectile, and it just kind of deletes all your progress, your forward-moving progress that you worked so hard to obtain.
Absolutely.
So it's tough to keep your cool in that situation.
Yeah, it does a lot of work too. It anti-airs. You know, it'll catch you doing a lot of stuff, trying to throw projectiles. You know, anything you want to try and do. Once that trait comes out, oh boy. It, like you said, it just deletes everything you've worked so hard to do.
Yeah. You know, SylverRye in a great spot, though. He's got so much meters at his disposal here. Real Harris didn't even get a chance to meter burn until it was, didn't even get a chance to clash until it was just too late. Until SylverRye just meter burned that battering and closed the deal. SylverRye taking this in a very convincing fashion, 3-0 over Real Harris. I did see some good stuff there, and I did see that they knew each other's tendencies, you know, especially because SylverRye had all those reads on him, especially back in the Atrocity stage. Maybe Real Harris was trying to get a little surprise pick on SylverRye by throwing Starfire, which did seem like it was a better choice, but just not enough to really get the momentum back in his favor.
Yeah,
but up next we
switch, man. Yeah, the late character switch, you know, doesn't always pay off. Sometimes it does, but you know, sometimes you already played so many games with that one character, and you know, once you make the switch, you got to adjust to that character so quick, and just didn't pay off for him. But Harris going down to losers. What do we have coming up next, Arma?
Up next, according to my list here, it's supposed to be Semiij versus Emperor Dark. Again, hopefully we're going to see Catwoman versus Joker, but I don't want to see Emperor Dark throw away a game if he feels like that matchup is not in his favor, because come on, man, this is Semiij. Like, this is the best Catwoman in the business. So you cannot expect it. And not only that, I was actually just watching a Stream Archive match, King of the Hill, with Rewind, Semiij, and sonicfox, and they were all playing Joker. So Semiij understands what this character's strengths and weaknesses are. So I don't really see this panning out too well for Emperor Dark. I know I was talking him up. I know I was saying that he is a great Joker, but I feel like he's going to have to do a little bit more than just those tricky little gimmicks that people don't understand how to punish in order to get a win over on Semiij. That's just my advice, and that's what I think. So who knows? I could be wrong. But after that, we're going to have Tweedy the Bird going up against King Raj. And we got your favorite here. I know Revit Leafing is probably one of your favorite players to watch throughout this entire, throughout all of season 1, War of the Gods. I would just hear you get a little extra hype for his gameplay.
Look, man, I'm a fan of the brothers. Even going back to Kombat Cup, like once they were able to compete due to age, they just bring the hype, man. Especially Leafing, he's just he's just the right amount of crazy that it works. And I loved it. Once Revit Leafing starts to go down in a set, once he starts to lose, he just turns up to another level, man. It's just so hyped to watch. But here we go, Semiij. Oh, we're getting the Joker too, baby. It's happening.
Oh, yes, we are. I cannot wait to see this. And I guess it is a good pick because it is over Enchantress and not Semiij's premier Catwoman. So pay attention, Emperor Dark. Pay attention to these crazy Haitian firms and his decision-making when it comes to the Joker. In my opinion, I think he's the best.
Enchantress, Enchantress, Enchantress.
Could you be any more melodramatic?
June can't, but I damn well can.
Woo! Okay, let's go. We're in this.
All right, throwing out those teeth, trying to look for something here, getting tired for his trouble. Semiij utilizing that great down 2 from Enchantress.
That down 2 is so good. And I just love the animation. I mean, we have some down 2s that are similar, like Flash and Catwoman, but Enchantress, just a slick way she just kind of tosses that magic up and pops you back up in the air. It's really cool. Oh! Didn't block that second overhead, which that string itself is +1 on block, so it is kind of a mix.
Yeah, and Emperor Dark just kind of doing a great job of dancing around that anti-projectile shield that Enchantress keeps putting out in front of him. You really got to know when that shield is up and when it's down, and work around it. Go in, try to close the gap, and don't give her room to summon those hexes.
Yeah, that's one thing that Enchantress is not going to do good. If she's in the corner, if Dark wants to bait it, that's a full punish. And there's ways to avoid it too, especially going in the air. We'll see, man. Dark kind of backed off in the corner there when he had Semiij back. See if he can push. Oh, he tried to go with the meter burn crowbar.
Yeah, I think he was anticipating the duel to just go away once he goes to the
I put
armor.
a spell on you.
Thank you.
And that demon, one slick thing about it is it hits twice. Mid and overhead real quick, breaks armor.
Yeah, so armoring through is not going to be good for him. I think right now Semiij is redoing the hex that's taking away his his access to his special moves. That's why you don't see a gunshot. Instead, you see him ripping normals here.
Oh no! Who knows what side that hit on? Gonna force a clash.
I can't fight.
You're welcome to try.
All the resources, spends 2 bars to get 25% as a health regen. When Emperor Dark not understanding that the shield was up there, that does not combo, so he recognizing, even though he got hit, he was ready to hold down back to avoid the canister.
Dark trying to mix his way into victory here. Coming in with the string, cut him with the low. Those teeth are coming, the demon's out. Oh my god, if he would have actually punished that air escape, I would have probably died. That's a whip punish for Semiij.
Just looking for that. Yeah, he was just looking for that crowbar there, just charging at him, trying to get something his way, trying to get the momentum back on his side. But Semiij does edge that victory out with this brand new character. His character is not even a week old. And, I'm not surprised that a person like Semiij can just pick up a new character and just go to town, go ham, especially on a great player like Emperor Dark, who understands a lot of intricacies when it comes to being a good fighting game player.
And he's definitely been grinding this character out. Had some sets with Sonic and Rewind. That's, as far as the streams go, or the YouTube videos. Sonic had some pretty savage videos that he uploaded on Twitter with his just mixed city. It was actually pretty funny. Woo! That down two, my God.
Oh yeah, no, it's a great down two. And speaking of great, that wake up attack, the death spin by Joker, given to him thanks to the last patch, really gives him more of an option on knockdown.
Ooh! I'm not sure what Semiij was going for there. The standing one into the backboard two. The Soul Stealer.
Again, just putting up the shield and putting up the wall and just knowing that Emperor Dark cannot sit back and projectile as she goes for a hex. That just kind of waiting for Emperor Dark to present the opportunity to him by jumping in.
Dark finally able to shoot that pistol a little bit. Oh no, and just punished himself. Woo! Tries to get that shot out once again. It's coming. The demon is on its way.
I love the meter burn roll to just go right through it. Want nothing to do with the demon, nothing to do with that character power of hers, and just trying to apply his offense. Unfortunately, it does cost bar, and you're so limited on it, especially when you're not in full control.
Oh, Semiij, and that's the hit confirm we're talking about. Saving that meter for when you hit, launch them. That may have turned into an unblockable in that situation. I'm not. He may have had just the right amount of time. Dark waking up. That zombie's still behind him, and he falls down. Oh, and Semiij with the read. Knew the air tech was coming. The forward three. Ooh, and wow. The mind game is with Semiij. Used the interactable. Did a backwards air dash to bait a button from Dark. Semiij is up 2-0. Wow.
Yeah, no, he was all over that game, that little mind game behind the wall, just setting up camp, knowing that he no longer has access to any of his projectiles. This mainly is the gunshot, which is great. And she can just sit back and hex if Joker decides to hang back, hopefully hurt him a little bit, or if Joker's only option is to just walk through that wall or jump over it, and Semiij ready every single time.
Oh, no down two from Dark. Joker has one of the better down twos in the game too. Just kind of hits everywhere. And that is going to bait a button. The pyramid parry. Putting in work for Semiij. Oh, and that down two. Doing so much work for Semiij.
Yeah, Semiij really understanding when to press the button and recognizing how Joker's jumping work. They are pretty good, they're pretty active, but not too active, and not too active for a down two, especially a great one like Enchantress.
That trade is up, and there, Semiij has set up a wall. That's one thing about the projectile parry sort of move, the little wall she puts up. You can't combo off of it. No matter how close you are, how close they are to where you can't combo off of it no matter what.
Yeah, no.
Which I was kind of hoping for some broke stuff.
And this looks like it is all over Dark, just down to nothing, especially considering that Enchantress has a win button in that character power. Didn't even give him the opportunity to, again, challenging all right in the right spots. Emperor Dark goes down to Noble Semiij's brand new Enchantress. 3-0. Man, that was a mopping.
That was pretty quick. Yeah, that was pretty quick. And I mean, like you've mentioned, the character is so new, and Dark, probably just has some things to look at with that character. Who knows how many games he's actually got with that character? And that it's just that character is developing, you know, every day with just some new setups and stuff. And Semiij actually really didn't do too many setups. He just kind of played it cool, you know, played pretty relatively defensive, not too much offense. He just reacting with those down twos every time that Dark wanted to jump. Just solid fundamental play from Semiij. And he moves on. I mean, what can you say? That is the story of Semiij. He moves on.
Yeah.
Up next. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. It's all good. I'm reiterating on what you said. It really came down to the neutral. It really came down to, you know, Semiij never got put in that situation where, you know, that Joker wants you to be in, and that's in the corner at his mercy and at the mercy of those ambiguous teeth setups. It just never got to that point. And, you know, it might have gotten to that point at one point, but Semiij guessed perfectly right and quickly got out of the corner because he knew what it meant to be in that corner. Yeah. So what do we have next, Echo?
We got Noble Tweedy versus King Raj coming up, and then we have Revit Leafing versus Slayer, and then we have Emperor Kombat going against Circus Forever King. That's actually going to be pretty hype. Firestorm versus more than likely Batman. We saw this matchup on the Clash a couple weeks ago with Foxy filling in for Hayatei going against Gunshow, and Gunshow wound up taking the set. But you know, Firestorm, that's a character that, you know, there's a lot of people that really hate that character, and some people that are like, oh, he's not that bad. I'll let you be the judge. I don't know. I have problems with him. That character is pretty nuts.
It is pretty nuts, especially because, you know, he's got that full screen presence, and even when you finally get to him, you still have he still has a great Oki presence too. You know, he's got those two amazing wake ups that you have to treat so differently, and so you really got to hammer in those setups in the lab and understand, you know, what works on both. Or there's very few things that work on both. But you got to take a guess, and you got to realize, okay, I guess wrong. He got away. Oh, cool. He's projectiling me again. So it is frustrating. I agree with you. Super frustrating. The sweep right out the gate to get the first hit. Noble Tweedy. No respect.
That's pretty
at all.
bad.
Says, you know what? This is gonna win. I can't.
That's when you know somebody's coming into this matchup just trying to send a message.
Hey, I mean, if your opponent does not give you a reason not to do something, keep doing it. I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the only out the gate sweep we will see from Tweedy.
Oh, and there's one of the best wake ups in the game. It's so fast, goes full screen.
No more Mr. Boy Scout.
And even at a certain distance, it pushes him back so far that some characters just, they can't reach him in time to punish. That Trailblazer doing some work. But the air lasers by Tweedy.
There by Tweedy, just pushing Raj all the way back, not giving him the bar he's so desperately looking for, but he does find it here. He's got Tweedy at his mercy in the corner. No whip punish there by Raj. Tweedy just kind of, you know, looking for that air-to-air with the jump in one.
King Raj going for some big... Oh, wait a minute, the 4-3? I'm not sure what Raj was going for, what kind of read. Maybe it was just a drop. Nice
Raj,
punish, one of the fastest projectiles in the game.
Oh yeah, just right in your face like a bullet, just out of the cannon.
Woo! Okay, okay, Raj. I see you with that meter burn, the delayed meter burn back 3. Oh no, he got caught by the air laser. What a comeback that would have been.
Can we talk about how many of those sweeping lasers that Noble Tweedy just perfectly placed there? I feel like in that entire game, I don't think Raj blocked a single one. Tweedy knew exactly when to make something with, and you know, it's hard to kind of see those things, but Tweedy understood the tendency that Raj was presenting him, you know, as a zoner. And Tweedy just knew when to get away from it out of danger and just perfectly meet him with the sweeping laser. And, you know, once that sweeping laser hits, it's really hard not to just cash in and hit that meter burn and just really maximize that damage. And that is what killed Raj in that entire game.
Begin.
And we saw him block one regular non-meter burned air laser. Got the punish with that really quick meter burn projectile that Firestorm possesses. But you're right, man. He got hit by a lot of meter burn lasers.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, and actually, I think he trip guarded that jump in one by Tweedy, but wasn't able to get a huge amount of damage.
He was able to send the message, though, that you cannot get away for free. Ooh, and the air-to-air jump one by Superman, so fast, so active, and just in your face. Raj desperately looking for a meter burn back three, trying to get something going. The universal combo started. Tweedy here utilizing that background bounce, coming Raj all the way screen to screen, and Raj not anticipating the trait.
Won't stop me.
That trait gets rid of all that armor. Unfortunate there for Raj. This is not as close as that first match. There's Tweedy not watching his head jump in. Now we know Firestorm with just a little bit of meter, he can really, if he can get Tweedy on a second health bar, he can really turn this around. Level 3
yeah,
trait.
he definitely can, especially with the use of that level 3 character power here, but Raj just hit so many lasers again.
We'll see what Raj can do here. Tweedy has a bar, but he's got himself in the corner. Oh, and he actually did get the trip guard. They traded. Wasn't able to meter burn that for a full combo. Caught him with the overhead. Overhead again. Oh my God, and that was a trip guard by Raj one more time, but wasn't able to cash out on it. Has 2 bars. And that is plus. Tweedy waiting patient. Tweedy just baiting out all this meter, but wait a minute! He's not gonna be able to kill, but he's gonna keep it unclashable. Level 3 activated. Tweedy wakes up. And the meter burn air laser. And Raj put everything into that and tried to get out of the interactable. Tweedy so smart. Up 2-0.
Superman wins.
It really came down to just one decision there at the end. Tweedy just pulling down on that banister, just destroying Raj. With the environment there in the Fortress of Solitude. And, you know, that looked much better. Raj was on the verge of a comeback. He had that level 3 trait activated. And I think he's understanding the neutral when it comes to anticipating those sweeping lasers. You really gotta, it's a guessing game. You know, you gotta guess when Superman's gonna do it, especially when you have him in the situation that Raj did have him. He had Tweedy up against the wall with no meter. And unfortunately, he did catch a laser to the face, and Tweedy was able to get the momentum back on his side.
Yeah, once Firestorm gets you in the corner, man, go. Just go to Mix City, Raj. And that is a full combo punish. Raj committing to the meter burn. That's another thing with Firestorm. You know, when you block that molten trap, it's a mix-up. If he's going to meter burn it, by the time he meter burns it, you may get caught if you press the button, even though you can jump out of it. Nice grab by Raj, going to take the health lead. Caught him with the overhead. Tweedy's still not watching his head. Still not watching his head.
I feel like Tweedy is just okay knowing that the overhead's not going to give Raj much. He's just kind of looking at the 2 roads, just saying, if I don't block low, I'm going to eat a trap and a full combo. If I don't block overhead, he knocks me down and splash me. Whatever. It's not a big deal. It's just one thing. Oh, no whiff punish there by Tweedy, but he does eat an entire dive bomb setup right after the jump in one, confirming right there. Tweedy recognizing where he is on the stage at all times. He knows that he's in the corner. He knows that this will work.
Backdash by Raj. And here come the air lasers once again by Tweedy. Oh, and a little bit late on that meter burn back 3, trying to react to that air dash.
We got him, Professor.
I thought you understood sarcasm.
Both gonna burn everything. Just a zoning war, but Tweedy having a life lead. He is not scared. Oh!
This is for your own good.
Think the radiation's getting to you.
3 bars at Tweedy's disposal. Decides to use one, would rather hang on to the second and third. Oh, what a read there by Tweedy. Seeing that Raj was going to go for that projectile, leaving him completely susceptible to that jump in. What a beautiful ender there didn't just go with a regular jump and stopped his trajectory mid-air and finished him off with a meter burn sweeping laser.
Those sweeping lasers put in so much work for Tweedy in that set. You know, and it wasn't really, you know, Tweedy just, you know, just trying to keep Raj at bay, but Raj was just, you know, either getting caught in jumps or just not blocking the meter burn, just not really bad decision making. Maybe he was just trying to buffer something in case, you know, the meter burn did come out, so he could try and get him with a fireball, you know, whatever. But, you know, Tweedy, an outstanding player, sticking with Superman this entire game so far, pretty much. Just a solid play, man. 3-0. So what we're going to do, we're going to list off some of the upcoming matches, and then we're going to take you guys to a break. So Arma, you want to give them the rundown what we got? Because there's some new ones coming up.
All right, yeah. So next we have Revit Leafing going up against Slayer. Slayer, IPS Season 1 finalist. We've seen him through so many different tournaments. We've seen him have a great performance at Combo Breaker CEO. This is a top-level player, and he's going to be going up against one of the best players here on War of the Gods, Revit Leafing. I can't wait. It's like the Clash of the Titans here. Then we have Emperor Kombat. He's going to be going up against Forever King. Coach Steve going up against Jack's Lives Matter. Then we have Emperor Nyx going up against Admiral_Natural. And Soul J Alec is going to be going up against the Blue Beetle Menace himself, Deoxys. So, guys, don't go anywhere. I mean, which match are you more hyped for, Echo? Which match?
Out of those,
yeah,
probably Coach Steve versus Dab. Coach Steve versus Dab is going to be pretty. That's going to be pretty lit, I think. But we'll see, man. Who knows? We're going to see two big red machines going at it with Hellboy. At least my assumption, we're going to have Atrocitus versus Hellboy, so that's going to be pretty hype. So yeah, but you know, Emperor Nyx is in the fold there. Got Emperor Kombat going against King. But there's a lot of good matchups coming up, and these last two, Nyx and Sponsor Me, and Soldier Jax and Deoxys, those are for top 16. So things are kind of getting settled here as we advance through these brackets. But yes, we are taking a break. We will be back shortly. You guys hang tight. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to week 5. War of the Gods. Things are developing. We're kind of getting into some top 16 type stuff pretty soon. As you saw on that waiting page there, Revit Leafing versus Slayer is coming up first. I'm pretty hyped for this. You know, both of these guys are kind of savages. You know, Slayer, not one really scared to throw out those tea bags early, and I respect him for that. Like, he'll throw those things out first round, first health bar if he feels like it, just to kind of send a message. So I'm hyped for this one. And Revit Leafing, as you mentioned, you know, one of my favorites, just to watch, you know, this guy's gameplay develop, and one of the few cheetahs out there too. So, you know, a character you don't see often, and, you know, just a real crowd pleaser is Revit Leafing.
So, who do you have your money on? We got 2 Titans going at it. This could go either way. Slayer, of course, having that great start at the beginning of this game, but kind of, you know, straying away from his normal mains, trying to find, like, you know, a good Catwoman in himself, and then, you know, going back to Black Adam. Who do you feel will take this edge?
I think mentally, Leafing may take it. Just by some of the stuff he does, but Slayer as a veteran player, he has the mental fortitude, so to speak, to just kind of shrug off anything Revit Leafing, any kind of momentum that Leafing wants to throw at him. Cheetah. He is going to go Superman. He's not going to bring out the Catwoman. Slayer does have a very solid Superman in his arsenal. This is going to be interesting here.
Approaching Gotham City.
I love Slayer Superman. You know, since Injustice 1, making top 8 at EVO for the first year in Injustice 1 with Superman, and actually taking a set over Theo. I feel like Slayer is at home in the Superman skin. But Revit Leafing has something else to say about it when he goes for that instant jump 1 right into the interactable. Does Slayer know something right out the gate? He knew exactly how. He knew exactly how to avoid that setup.
Yeah, he did, and he actually opened the matchup with an instant jump 1 as well. Just knew Leafing was going to go into the air, but here we go. Damage is on. Forward 3 going to stuff out that wake up. And I think the invincible frames were just gone by the time that forward 3 came out.
All right, forcing the clash here. Slayer off to a really shaky start here, but fortunately does get the right read, doesn't utilize any of his bars, instead wants to kind of spend it to kind of get the momentum back in his favor, and was just hoping that Revit Leafing was not willing to spend the 1 bar that he had. Goes for a command grab, but Slayer not in the right position here, gets out of it, and he can inflict his will now, especially now that Superman's got Cheetah in the corner. Slayer getting rid of the first bar, which is the first step into taking this back on his side. The air to air there is launching perfectly.
Oh no! Not the dive bombs, Slayer! Not the dive bombs, please!
Just giving him dive bombs of her own there in Cheetah just putting a stop to Slayer's momentum. Wait a minute, hold on, might have spoke too soon. Get Slayer.
Oh my god, what a read! What a read by Slayer! Reset the dive bombs! Oh my god! And just like that, Slayer. That's
Superman.
Look, man.
How? I don't understand. Like, I'm in shock.
He did meter burn breath like half screen away. He just Slayer knew.
He did
Slayer,
it in the
you
neutral.
savage. Oh my god. Wow, what a read. What a read.
He just did it. He just did it.
Cheetah.
That's the kind of
And
man,
then
look.
dive bomb after dive bomb, guessing right. And I don't understand. How did Slayer do that? Like, I was so sure he was done. I was like, put the nail in the coffin for this game. That's it, Slayer. Walk away. But no, he just stuck with it.
I'll tell you what Slayer just did. That's why he kind of sat there on Batman for a minute. He had to record the clip. He had to go into the capture gallery just to edit it. He's going to put that on Twitter. I guarantee you. What a read. Slayer up 1-0. Oh my god.
Approaching the Joker's playground.
I don't understand. I don't understand one bit.
He just, sometimes you just know. Wow. But this is where Leafing kind of turns up and says, okay, you got some reads. All right, I got you. And he's going to turn up. But Slayer up one game, trying to work his way to put Revit leaping in the corner.
They're trying to establish something here, full screen, shooting out those lasers, hoping that Revit leaping catches the bad end of it. Unfortunately for Slayer, the backdash doesn't put him far enough. Revit leaping perfectly understanding how to chase him down with the forward 3 and so much damage thanks to that character power.
Straight up again, caught him.
Oh, it hurts.
I'm telling you, man, that leaping has turned up. He does not even care anymore. He's mixing.
I mean, maybe Revit leaping like, okay, Slayer, do it again. Let me see you do that again. Come on, make this comeback. I dare you.
Nice jump one by Slayer.
Oh, Slayer looking for a backdash there. Revit leaping, not giving it to him. Instead, just keeping his composure and not putting himself at too much risk, knowing he's got a lot of health to play with.
That was a mispunish by Slayer on that leap. Leaping with the read, knew the air tech was coming. Meter burn back 3, just in case he recovered in time to get the chip damage. Just tied 1-1.
He just shook that off completely. It did not phase him, and that's not an easy thing to shake off when you had your opponent at such a huge, life deficit, and you just let them slip between your fingers, and that really messes with your head. It gets in there, and he just went in there like, I don't care, new game, whatever, passes the pass, you move on, and he just bodied Slayer that last game.
That's what leaping does, man. That is what this man does. Like, you can feel mentally like, all right, I got this set, and then leaping says, no, you don't, not quite.
Begin.
Stuck in the interactable, putting the lava down on the ground, and leaping, just bullying his way to Slayer, getting a grab to get through, affording him the first hit. Slayer needs to get something going here. Eats the wake up right to his face. Again, Revit leaping just all over Slayer, putting his hand on his shoulders, throwing him all around the stage on Kombat.
Slayer gets himself out of that corner. Nice blocks by Revit leaping. Neutral jump again is going to connect. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Some damage. Poor Slayer going to burn the bar. Forward 3. Dash in and a dive bomb. Just look at that damage. Scaled damage.
Scale damage. Look at the scaling on that. It'd be too broken if it wasn't scaled. It was more just to kind of mess with him. Just to kind of say, like, this is you. You're at my mercy. I get to say when you block, and I get to say when you get hit.
Nice catch here by Slayer.
Slayer ready to go. Half the helm with the forward 2. Meeting perfectly with his different movement.
Oh, and Slayer scouted. Tried to go with that back, too. But she went under it. I'm not sure what happened. Oh my God.
A double overhead. That's a tricky thing to really hold on to. It just kind of not immediately going for the instinct to go back to the crouching.
Meter is being spent. Oh my God. 613 just like that. He has taken the health lead. Slayer makes something happen. Unclashable. Trades up. Tries to go with the load. Trying to catch leaping. Not watching his feet. But that trade is activated. No punish. Close. Baits out the wake up.
You're asking to get hurt.
You'll bleed before that happens.
Leaping needs to be careful with how much he spends.
Understanding Oki game perfectly when it comes down to Slayer in that situation. No, that is hit that down 2. The legs straight up into the sky. The handstand of a down 2 by Cheetah. Takes the third game for Revit leaping as he takes the lead 2-1. If I were Slayer, I'd be a little nervous right now.
Yeah, this is scary, man, because now he's got one final chance. Is he going to stick with Superman?
Vixen.
Ooh, and we get Vixen. Thank you, Revit leaping, for picking Vixen. Thank you.
Black Adam.
Black Adam.
I like it. I like the pick by Slayer.
I mean, you really only need to open up a player so many times when you're playing as Black Adam. It doesn't matter where you are on the screen. Superman gets that massive damage only in the corner, but Black Adam, a little bit differently. Also has a great down 2 to kind of stop those jump ins that Revit Leafing is looking for constantly. I think it's getting more to just have like a full screen presence, so a better full screen presence in that black magic. Shutting down the orb here. Great block there by Revit Leafing, but he left himself in a very tricky spot to just let Black Adam jump in on him.
Slayer has been one of those Black Adam players that really likes to go for that setup. You know, the low orb into the dive kick or the jump in. We haven't seen it pay off for him so far, but I really want to see it one day. That down two, as you mentioned, Arma, doing so much work for him already. And with the pressure, down two by Leafing. And this is where Adam is going to struggle with the down two again.
Oh no, the Palpatine right there at the end of it. How did that? Okay, that's ridiculous. She just went under back to a Black Adam. Low profiling, like it was nothing, like it didn't exist, and Slayer still shook, not able to block that reset there, as she just cancels in and crosses him up.
Ooh, and a little bit of tech shown there by Slayer.
He knows. He knows.
Nice down two by Leafing. Slayer still got some good chip. Bates to wake up, caught him with the second hit of that forward one too. And the range on that Palpatine, so deceptive. Oh no, he got hit by a meter burn forward three.
Why resist the inevitable?
I just like to see things through.
It hurts. I wonder if Slayer's going to use that one bar. No, he doesn't.
Wow.
Had a lot to work with, and I guess Revit Leafing would rather look for the flash momentum to go back in his favor, but Slayer said, no, I'm not going to give you the opportunity. You won't get the chance to initiate that clash and get anything back. Slayer wanted to end it right then and there, leaving it up to no chance at all. And that was a great adjustment there by Slayer.
Black Adam.
And I do love that Black Adam pick. Yeah, Superman brought us the hype and it brought us that crazy comeback, but once Revit Leafing kind of downloaded his gameplay, it was pretty hard for Slayer to do anything after that. You know, it was one big mopping in that game too, and then Slayer, you know, and that's the thing. That's, you know, learning another character is all the effort in itself, but to really understand when it's time to switch to that character, it takes a huge amount of experience.
It's paid off for him so far. It got us into this game 5. Will he block the mix? Doesn't block the low. Same mix coming in. Got caught by the last hit. Oh, nice jump out by Slayer.
Perfectly timed neutral jump does get him this full combo, and the corner position here in his favor. Tries to go for a cross-up, and what a block there by Revit Leafing. And because he blocked it perfectly, gave him the momentum to apply pressure furthermore on the Slayer, and Slayer down to his last life bar in this grueling set in this first of 3.
Oh, and he was looking for a bounce cancel there, no doubt. We're going to pick it right back up again. Pretty much even here in the second health bar between both players. Game number 5.
Yield, woman.
I'll flay you for the goddess.
He had to clash there. What?
Oh, going over to the other side somehow. Black Adam is slightly airborne when completing that string, so very tricky stuff there. And I think it kind of took both players by surprise. Bounce canceling, this was gonna hurt.
Jesus Christ, the damage has not even stopped. 700 damage. What do you do? Slayer had already clashed.
There was nothing he could do. He just died. He just died. He had nothing left, and he just died. Wow.
Jesus, and oh my God! Like once he hit 600, I was like, all right. And then he burned another bar, and then it went up to 688. Like this is not even done. I wonder what he'd have done if he had one more bar. Like take us to 800, please. Woo! Revit Leafing turning up there in game number 5. Jesus, I don't know if we've ever seen that much damage here in season 2. Maybe in season 1, but season 2 is another story so far.
He just died.
Right.
He just died.
He died. And he just guessed wrong once. That's all that happened. He was like, oh, I didn't block that. Oh, wait, I'm dead with 4 bars. The winner of that set, which is Revit Leafing, goes to face SylverRye in top 32. The winner of this next matchup coming up between Emperor Kombat and Forever King is going to face Semiij in top 32. So we may quite possibly see the KIT run back. Actually, they had 2 matches at KIT. Semiij wound up taking them both. One was in bracket, and then one was just an exhibition after the stream went off the air, which Semiij took as well. So King may be looking for a little bit of revenge to go and find Semiij, but he's got to get through Emperor Kombat first. And a little bit of an 2 updates if you want to go over those, Arma, going down and with Rewind and
so
Tweedy.
we have Rewind getting a victory over Get Wreck 3-2 to advance into top 16. We also have Tweedy defeated Anti-Venom and a nice clean 3-0 to make top 16 as well. So look out for Rewind and Tweedy. You know, I feel like everyone was expecting that. You know, nothing too crazy there. No, this wasn't no update from the update police or upset police. Just regular, you know, just business as usual. And I can't wait for our next match. We've got so much more. Especially, I'm still shook by the fact that Slayer's health just disappeared.
I've never seen a health bar look like that. Like
invisible.
Half of his health bar is still yellow. What even happened, man?
He just died. And that's what happens when you clash early. I mean, and it wasn't necessarily an early clash, but, you know, Slayer just wanted to get, again, the momentum back on his side. And, you know, that's exactly what Revit Leafing wanted. And that's what he was, you know, looking a little bit closer for those character power activated setups. And because he knew once it hit him, that's it. Like, you're not getting out of this.
It's very close to like the Flash. Like, you know, they were tied going in to the second health bar pretty much. And then Revit actually opened him up and Slayer said, all right, I'm going to clash this. You're not going to get this. But then, you know, he catch you one more time, man, and you ate 700. That's pretty nuts. and you can't do anything about it. Like, whew. Jesus.
But I mean, yeah, against those characters, it's more like that last life bar is more of a, that last life bar situation. Your clash is that last resort, that last set of defense up against from separating between you and death. Because we know once you get the right situation in the hands of Cheetah or Flash, you are going to die.
Absolutely. And it is kind of a mix-up, man. I mean, do you get opened up at the beginning of that second health bar and you clash? Like, just say, okay, you opened me up, but I'm just going to reset this. Or do you save it and maybe turn things around later in the set? It's kind of nuts.
It's just like he's going to die either way. Oh, man. I'm still shook. Okay, all right. Next match. Emperor Kombat, Circa Forever King. Firestorm going up against Batman. Firestorm we saw plenty of in the form of King Raj. So let's see if this Firestorm has a little bit of better luck against Forever King. But Forever King, a top tier player in himself, really understanding it. And King going a lot for, you know, the specific timing of when Firestorm's when his opponent falls out of that hit stun. Trying to get in a nice ambiguous spot where you don't know if it's left or if it's on the right side.
One thing I saw Foxy doing a lot when he played Gun Show on the Clash was he would get about 3/4 the screen with that trait bat out, and he would just play it patient, wait for a molten trap, and then send that trait bat in, and then just follow behind it. You know, and that's the way he was playing it. He played it very smart. We'll see if King
Foxy's a little bit more. Yeah, Foxy's a little bit more like, you know, the laid back type of Batman player. Both. It works great, you know. And Forever King, I feel like, is more in your face, more, you know, let me see how you deal with these slides whenever I want to throw them in there. And King is more willing to take those risks.
Wow. What a bait on that wake up. Oh my God.
Knowing exactly when he was going to charge at him. If King Raj just kind of waited there, he might have been able to whiff punish there, especially now that the Air Sparkles has a lot more whip punish.
And you saw King right there. He blocked the meter burn molten trap. And instead of releasing the trait bats, he decided to dash in, which still worked for him. Oh my God, here comes some damage. King dashes in, coming in with the trait bat, some pressure. Reads the backdash. And the reset.
Oh, getting tricky there is Forever King, but a great block there by Emperor Kombat, understanding when the opening is and, you know, when it's time to block.
Oh, wait a minute, I don't even know what side that hit on.
The whiff throw getting down by another throw, throwing the throw, missing animation there. Forever King gets the best of that. It's going to be enough.
Kill. He did meter burn that back three.
Oh, yeah. Right through the fan. Right through the fan, and that's all she wrote. Forever King, you know, just threw away the guesswork. Said, you know, he's going to wake up with the aura or he's going to wake up with the torpedo. Either way, this meter burn forward 3 is going to hit him right in the face. And guess where I am? In transition land.
Firestorm.
He did it. I
Extra
mean,
damage.
well, what could he have really done? You know, in that situation, Emperor Kombat, if he did block overhead and block the meter burn forward 3, he's still at a huge block disadvantage. And Forever King can frame trap him or go for another forward 3. So it was a great option. Very well calculated, very by the book decision by Forever King.
King caught him with that back 1-1. Okay. Goes down with the slide after the back 2-3. And that may have been a bait. I don't think that was an input error on that up grappling move. I think he was trying to say, like, okay, let's see if you block.
Recover very quickly, quickly enough to block that wake up attack.
What a reset!
I think he was jumping too. Kombat was not sure. I'm not even sure what side that was on. That was either left side or right side. It was completely up to an ambiguous interpretation.
King has all the reads in this second match. Kombat just trying to create some space, play it patient, just back away. No punish by King, just a little bit out of range. Opens him up.
Emperor Kombat challenging a lot at negative frame advantage. You know, when Forever King cancels into those trades from certain trades, he is very fun.
Nice block by King, no punish on that overhead. But still opens him up either way, and wow, what a wake up. When he's traded up in level 3, that thing hits hard.
Oh yeah. Not only does it hit hard, I mean, it's also damage over time, and what a shimmy there by Emperor Kombat, catching King, just like whipping and hugging himself as he just comes down and hits him with a full combo.
That was actually a pretty sick shimmy. Tap dancing on King right now. And he has taken the health lead. Stagger pressure. King, one of the masters at Tekken throws. Tekking throws, not to be confused with Tekken.
Okay, Tekken throws are now universal. You don't have to break specifically one way or another. Alright, connect the full screen grapple. Now, Emperor Kombat is in a very weird spot because he has access to the Clash, but he doesn't have the meter gain, so he might not even want to do it. Instead, we're going for non-Clash, looking for the breathing room there to activate his charger power, but this might be all over for him.
Oh, wait, he got out of that trait bat, though. Still, oh my god, the explosion. Yeah, that thing hits everywhere.
Catching the feet there as Emperor Kombat just wanted nothing to do with that Batarang, just tried to jump away, possibly looking for some kind of air dash or possibly looking for Forever King to mistime the meter burn on that Batarang. Which, you know, it's a little scary because it is basically like a remote detonation. As long as it's not full screen, King can just kind of pop that meter burn and burst the Batarang, and it's really hard to get away from it, especially when it's down to just a little sliver of health. So Emperor Kombat in a very, very bad spot there at the end, but he was making the right reads and he was making the adjustments that he needed to be making. I feel like he's challenging a lot in very questionable places, especially when Forever King is plus. Forever King is the type of player to just cycle through guys that don't respect his frame trap, and Emperor Kombat is falling for that a lot.
We're opening this thing up with a molten trap already. Emperor Kombat's had enough. Nice check there by King, saying, nope, you are negative. You didn't burn meter on that, sir.
Oh, the entry jump, the respect. Both players just not willing to whip or take any kind of major risk in front of each other's faces.
There you see King trying to follow that trait bat. Wow, what a read by Forever King. The up batarang burns the bar on it, crosses him up. It's not reset yet, but it did just there. Kombat with the block. Level 3, this late in the health bar. We'll see if it pays off for him, and it does.
What side did I hit on? What side? Tell me right now.
No idea. If I had to put money on it, I would probably lose.
Just wrong. I think it's gonna hit left. So
really?
Hit right.
Kombat's turning up.
I hope this isn't your best.
We're just getting warmed up.
And, I love the adjustments here by Emperor Kombat, really utilizing his options better here. And kind of just taking a little bit of a slower pace here, but Forever King catching up, opening him up here.
Nice pressure here by King, but nice blocks by Kombat. Doesn't block that slide. Baits again. That's got to be a bait.
Is it a bait? It looks like a bait. I can't think of anything else you would
like
want to input there.
And Emperor Kombat fell for it twice in a row.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
what
one
side is
side.
it?
Okay. Wow. Oh no, the low got him. Kombat got hit by the trait bat. King has 2 bars. If he can hit confirm and bring this thing back. And just such patience by King. You know Kombat just wants that wake up to work. And he did it again.
We got him, Professor.
Don't be so sure.
I mean, he just didn't think he would block again. Basically, he blocked the first time. He's not going to block the second time. But unfortunately for him, he did. So King doesn't have the opportunity to make this comeback. Push blocks him to get away. Doesn't want anything to do with him. It's pretty much chip from here. Oh, the down 2 challenge after the forward 3. He just said, I don't care if I'm negative. I'm going to challenge right here. And Forever King fell for it. Not making the right decision, not making the decision to challenge in that spot at all. So he just kind of stopped him. Woo!
Firestorm.
Man,
that was scary.
You saw a little bit of nervousness out of Emperor Kombat with all those wake-ups. King had just a sliver of health left, and he just like, okay, I'm going to wake up. He's not going to block this time. Oh, he blocked. All right, I'm going to wake up again. He's not going to block. He blocked again. And you could just, all the stuff that was there for the making of that just to fall apart on Emperor Kombat. But that Savage down 2, as you called it, it worked out. He's got himself on the board.
It did. I mean, it was the right decision. It was him playing with his gut, playing with his heart, knowing that, you know, I'm negative. Maybe I shouldn't do this, but maybe he thinks I won't do this.
Yeah. And I respect him for it. But King with a down 2 of his own saying, I don't even care. I'm mashing this down 2. It's coming.
It's coming. No matter what, it's coming. The ambiguous jump into Emperor Kombat, not interpreting it right. Unfortunately, does not block it.
I really like how Kombat has been able to get rid of those trait bats from Forever King. Every time he gets one, he's just been able to get rid of it. Here we go. King locked and loaded. Baits the wake up and no punish for that forward 3. I think the Trailblazer, as we like to call it here, the wake up from Firestorm is like -17. That forward 3 definitely not what King was probably looking for. But either way, taking him to the corner, adding some damage along the way.
Getting out of dodge there, utilizing the Tweedy. And Forever King just a little too slow to grab that rope. Instead, eats the flames right to his cowl, but doesn't matter. Jumping off, giving him a dive kick. Even Yun would be proud of. As Forever King ties it up. But you know, it's very close though. Emperor Kombat does have the meter lead here, almost by 2 bars, a little bit more than 2 bars here, but Forever King is about to take the lead with the health bars.
I like the push block because the mind game behind that string. Usually there's a parry, but sometimes not. King is one savage enough just to throw out a slide.
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely the king of savage. The king of savagery.
He definitely is.
I mean, but that's King's playstyle, though. He tests your every single limit. He understands what it is to really make you respect him.
Oh, and here we go again, King.
Too far.
King on a sliver of health right now. Kombat, do not wake up again. I promise he is going to block. He's going to wait for it. King opened him up with that reset. Background bounce. Oh, God.
We got him, Professor.
Don't be so sure.
2 bars. Interesting. Forever King letting him have a little bit of wiggle room. I guess understanding that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that was a good idea or not, because not only did he give him access to the level 3 trait, but he also gave him some health back. Look, and he's gaining health
Level
back.
3, it's going to launch.
Yeah, no, it's a lot. It's a lot.
20 hit points remaining on me. Woo! Now, Emperor Kombat has brought us to the land of a game number 5. What is about to happen? I saw somebody in the chat a long time ago say if King lets him reverse 3-0 him, and then they just left it at that. Wow.
Hey man, I mean, he's making the adjustments. He's taking in the data that Forever King is giving to him, you know, with the dance, the back and forth, understanding what his tendencies are, and he's running away with it. And I'm really, really impressed. If you go back and look at those first 2 games, he kind of seemed like he didn't really know how to deal with Forever King. Now he's being a little bit more respectful at those negative frames, and King has to kind of utilize his other options and kind of just guess.
And that is not real. You can jump out of that after they restand you. At the end of the combo, anyway. You can jump out if they follow up with another one. You can just jump out, but King's not watching his feet in that situation. Now Kombat, a down one.
He was too scared. He was too scared to jump, and Emperor Kombat about to run away with it. About to take a huge lead over Forever King if he can just close out this little pixel.
Emperor Kombat has taken about 5 points of damage so far. King has got to get something going. And right when he decides to walk, the Molten Trap.
The Molten Trap, oh, a big waste of meter there as a mechanical bat just kind of stops the animation here. Good blocks by Emperor Kombat, understanding, but again, not recognizing and not realizing that the follow-up on the slide here. Great blocks, knows exactly where it's coming, but doesn't get the overhead. Forever King opening them up on that can of worms right now.
Look at this damage coming out of Forever King right now, trying to tie this thing up. He just needs one more combo to do it. That should close it out. Second health bar, game number 5. Pretty much even on health. Not too big of a difference. Gonna convert off of that stray hit. Oh no!
There's a big drop there by Forever King. That was his chance to get the lead in this set, possibly to force a clash, but Emperor Kombat does get away with this clash. But again, the back 2-3.
What a savage.
To the side.
What a savage this man King is. And he has brought it back.
There's no reason not to do it. If you get hit by it every time, King's going to keep doing it.
Nice air tech there by Emperor Kombat. Pressure coming in by King. We've got a clash, but he can't. Oh my God, he can't. He doesn't even have the meter to compete with it.
Figured out how to beat me?
I'm getting closer.
He knows how to beat him. Hit him with 1 bar and then look for the meter burn batarang here. Whoa, 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 wait a minute. This is gonna hurt.
Everything could change right here. King got opened up and a throw. Oh my God. Level 3 is gone though, and he has no meter. He can't launch him until he builds that bar. And got crossed up. Forever King is going to go on to face Semiij for the KIT run back. Whew, what a match. Jesus. That was pretty intense. That was like, I really thought Kombat with that level 3, I thought he was about to make something happen. Whew. Whew.
It was tough, man. You just see your life bar just like deplete as those blue flames just make contact with you, doing damage over time. And it's scary. It's really, really hard to keep your composure under that much pressure. And Forever King did it. I mean, he's a veteran player. He's been playing competitively since MK9, just clutching it out situation after situation, being on stream, money on the line. That does not phase a player like Forever King. Definitely doesn't phase him at all. And
you could definitely tell
it's all
from
because
that
of the experience.
Even though, Emperor Kombat took the first health bar and only had like some chip damage off his first health bar, King brought that thing back, being down a whole health bar, took the entirety of 2 of his health bars. Like, that was pretty nuts, man. Like, the composure that you speak of, that if you want to see composure, that is composure right there.
It came that first bar where King tied it up. It basically came down to those decisions that Emperor Kombat kept making. He kept going with the wake up torpedo, wake up torpedo, wake up torpedo, and King's like, okay, you're gonna do that. I'm going to punish you.
It's pretty nuts, man. Because King, I don't think he got hit by one wake up, and he knew the exact times to continue his Oki pressure and when to just block. And I really think those upward grappling hooks, I think those were baits. Like, it almost looks like an input error. So you're like, oh, I can wake up right here. And he blocked every time. It was pretty nuts. If that wasn't a bait for a wake up, then I don't know. But up next, we're going to have the battle of 2 big red machines. Hopefully Coach Steve versus Dab, maybe getting Atrocitus versus Hellboy. I'm not sure. Dab might, he might bring out the Enchantress. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how he's liking that character. And after that, we have Emperor Nyx versus Sponsor Me, who Sponsor Me took out. I saw it down in the ticker below. Here it comes right now. Sponsor Me defeated Han Rashid, who has been a regular here on War of the Gods, making, top 8s, top 16s a lot. So Sponsor Me, I'm not sure who it is, but look out, man. He's trying to get sponsored. And then the next 2, do you want to go over those just to kind of?
Yeah. So right after.
Yeah.
The last, or I guess the next 2, match 14 and 15, it's going to be Soldier Alex versus Deoxys, Blue Beetle, Phenom himself. And then right after that, we're going to have Kompa versus Young Monster. You a big fan of Young Monster, or are you anti-Young Monster?
I mean, Young Monster's a little bit more savage than Revit Leafing, at least when it comes to the social media stuff. Young Monster, love him or hate him, he is going to do what he's going to do, man. But as far as gameplay goes, and Inside Injustice 2 and MK, I'm a big fan of his gameplay. He has really evolved as a player. In MK, he played a character, Jackie Briggs, who was, just heavy mix-ups, some safe mix-ups, really quick stuff, tons of damage. And now he's found a home with Wonder Woman, who is, not really that much of a play style like her. She's got a little bit of mix, but it's pretty slow, but it's safe. And she's more of a zoner. So, but Young Monster, he's always been an execution god. So, Wonder Woman, she's kind of up there with the heavier execution characters. She's not so easy to pick up, so to speak. So we'll see. I'm not familiar with Kompa, so I'm not sure what to expect out of Kompa. So we'll see how that matchup goes. It's a couple matches away at least, but I can't wait to see this Coach Steve versus Dab match, because that's out of the 4 we announced before that break. This is the one that I was like, this one's going to be something, man. It better be, because these are 2 heavy hitters.
Coach Steve always impressing me, especially just his fundamentals, being that he comes from various different games, getting his footing in Street Fighter 4, then playing other Capcom games, Marvel versus. I love watching him play Marvel 3, but his ability to kind of just be comfortable in the neutral in any game that he picks up, because the neutral in every single fighting game plays so differently, especially when you're looking at the risk reward system throughout all these various different games. But Coach Steve always has a handle on it, except when he runs into Sonic Fox in top 8 at KOD. I don't know what Coach Steve that was, but ooh, that was bad. That was super bad.
Sonic,
Dad,
Sonic has
jump.
such a. Sonic
You
has
were
such
there.
a.
What happened live? Why did Coach Steve just let him do everything?
Sometimes, man, just Sonic, just the presence of Sonic Fox can really, do a number to somebody's mentality. It's just, I don't know, man. That's kind of what Sonic has just brought to the table. Dab opening up Coach Steve.
But let's not worry about the Sonic Fox factor. Instead, we're going to worry about the Daddy Dab.
Absolutely, it's pretty even so far. And one thing about Coach Steve and Atrocitus is when he picked up this character, everybody was just going to Mix City with Atrocitus. Live or die, they were mixing. But Coach Steve said, wait a minute, he's got some pretty solid neutral, to be honest. And I'm going to show you. Takes Dab's first health bar. When he picked up Atrocitus, he was like, you know what? I like this character. He's got some really good fundamental play. I'm going to show you just how good this character is. He doesn't have to mix.
Yeah, no, that's definitely Coach Steve in a nutshell. I mean, you know, even when you look back at his MKX days, favoring the Kano with, you know, very little mix-ups, and that was him. That was him just having the ability to just play the neutral and take his time. Never mind going straight with a raw blood NATO. No protection at all except for that clash.
That's some pretty savage Oki pressure, if I do say so. Just low puddle. It was, I don't know if I've seen that one. Okay, Dab does have the meter advantage. Nobody's going to spend anything. Coach Steve coming in. What a whip punish by Dab.
Just punching him right in the face as he whips that first move and interrupting that second one. That is not an easy thing to do. You really only see that at high level play.
There we go, Dab. Adding some more damage. Catches the recovery of the air escape. And he did not activate trait, but he did that time. So many hits. 6 hits of armor. Coach Steve trying to dwindle it down to 0. Activates the blood NATO and red the air tech. But he's not going to be able to kill with this. And he has no trait. Will he be able to use it? Dab is going to close it out and take the first game.
And what
so many reads in that first match.
What a heartbreaker, knowing that he just had the perfect read there at the end. Dab willing and you know, able to have to showcase the talent to shake that off. It was just one read and just keep your composure, keep it going, keep a solid gameplay, and just stop Coach D from retaking this momentum.
Yeah,
I was scared.
The whip punishes by like somebody said it in the chat. Yo, Dab just outspaced Atrocitus vomit. Like, it's pretty nuts.
Hellboy.
Like that single special move in itself is just like kind of cancer. The active frames on it, the space it controls, even if you crouch, you know, you kind of take a tick to where you're kind of in block. You kind of block it for a second. It's pretty nuts, but Dab showing up with the whip punishes and all the fundamental play there. That was a close first game. We'll see what, and there were so many reads, like the reads on air techs and air escapes and wake ups. Oh, and Coach Steve trying to go in with a little bit of mix. But has Dexter out for safety. That is going to be a hit confirm into the blood NATO. What a conversion here by Coach Steve.
Oh, and the tricky stuff, playing those air dashes right there. Don't know which side Hellboy's going to end up on. Very scary stuff. And the whip punish on that back three. Don't do it in front of Dab. He's a whip punish monster.
Dab taking so many hits with that armor activated. Coach Steve just dwindled it away. And that is going to be Chip. Coach Steve looking a lot better in this second match.
We'll go in right after the blood NATO. Not quite a punish, but an open opportunity and an invite for Dab to apply some pressure here and apply some mix-up.
Oh, wow!
You can end this, you know.
That would have been so sick if Dab was not traded up. He did shield to catch the run-in of the shoulder and into an instant puddle.
Kill me if you can.
Steve burning that 1 bar for 15% more, has a full second health bar. Maybe tried to catch him in recovery of that jump with that puddle.
Push block gonna get him away. Maybe Coach T waiting for some kind of opportunity there with a low puddle, or maybe just waiting for Dexar.
You are a monster. You'll bathe in your own blood.
Now this is an interesting clash for Dab, or an interesting clash choice, because you do have the opportunity to clash while Dexar is out, and that makes Dexar go away and go and reset the timer all the way back to 0.
Coach Steve coming in, lets the mix rip, doesn't cancel it into the spit. Dab trying to cancel his way in the air to victory. Has 4 bars to work with, and so much damage on the table. If he can just open Coach Steve up, who's a defensive wall right now.
Coach Steve is playing really, really solid here. Really understanding that he can't let Dab just go take to the air all he wants. He needs to hit him with better anti-air spits, but you don't want to get hit by that meter burn factory. That's a powerful puncher, and Dab is kind of making her utilizing more bars and looking for a mix.
The push blocks by Coach Steve just to say, get off of me, sir. I don't care. Puddle on block again, full screen, letting Dab leap his way in. But he's got 3 bars to work with. Can he kill off of this?
Coach Steve waiting for that Dexar trait to come back. It is active, it is ready to go. Can he summon it? No, looking for a hit, but gets the opportunity to do so. Coach Steve needs to close this out right now.
He's got 1 more hit of armor left. Wow, that was so close. Coach Steve barely takes it. Ties it up 1-1.
It was pretty much over once Dexar was summoned. That little nuisance just kind of keeps shooting those projectiles or throwing up those shields right in front of Atrocitus. It's really hard to get around it. It's really hard to understand how it's working and how to, you got to go for those one-hitters that either knock Atrocitus on his feet, taking more time for Dexar, or you got to know when Atrocitus is putting hands on you, and then you can utilize a push block, because Dab did die there at the end with 2 bars. So, he did have options. He could have waited out the Dexar a little bit more, but I guess Dab just said, let me end this now before he kills me.
Fighters approaching Atlantis.
Yeah, Coach spent probably at least 3 bars for push block during all of that. Dab was just, anytime he would come in, he just said, you know what, just get off me. I don't even care about this bar. I want to keep the health lead. Just stay away. And Dab just continuously, tried to leap in, mix him up, open him up, but that was so close, man. This better go to a game 5.
With Dab getting that first hit with the gunshot, but Coach Steve finds his opportunity to summon Dexar. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the opportunity to continue. Yes, he does, as Dab drops a crucial combo here, and the momentum going to Coach Steve. Done. With punish. Perfect.
And I like what Coach Steve does. He's paying attention to Dab's meter. And he says, okay, if he has no meter, I'm going to come in with a mix. Because the only way to punish it with Dexter out is just do the meter burn back 3. So Steve not really worried about being punished.
And Dab is using that trait very, so much consistency there, understanding that the static armor, or the static hit animation will get him through Atrocitus' pressure.
No way you meant that.
Just look how close we still are, but Dab opens him up. Immediate clash.
I am so over this crap.
Back. Steve just wants to get Dab off this last 150 health points. That could be it. Has to burn the bar.
I will bathe in your blood.
Chucking the interactable, leaving Hellboy in the air, not letting him start his little shenanigans, his left and rights. And the Dexar is push blocked away. When you do push block Dexar, it does defeat the time by a significant amount, so that is completely okay with utilizing 1 bar for that trade. Here we go, getting something going here, and a great block there by Coach Steve. Oh, faking out the meter burn back through, backing off, looking for something to whip punish, but Dab not giving it to him at all. This is the nut punch at the end of down 2. He just knew it was going to connect, and he knew it was going to get his opportunity for Dexar, and Dab just utilizing his trait armor to kind of nullify the mix-up game, or nullify the pressure of Atrocity. What a block here.
Maybe you are a monster. You'll bathe in your own blood.
Got the 1 bar. Dab decides to hold onto it, doesn't want to utilize it, wants a low punch, possibly he wants to make it hurt.
This is so close, Arma. So close. What a read! And a throw!
A read, a throw, a drop, and then another. I can't believe it. I don't understand what's going on. It was his. It was his, and it was all because of that drop. And Dab had the opportunity to get the momentum back on his side, but he just couldn't close it out. And Coach Steve does come out the victor, but Dab still is down to 1 more life. This is a race to 3, and Dab's going to stick it out with Hellboy. I don't see him going anywhere else. I love his Hellboy more than all of his other characters combined. Dab's Hellboy won me over when he did gun on Nix's wake up like 3 times in a row. That's when I was like, that's it. He wins. Hellboy of the year. Ugh.
And the fact that he knew that tech so early, too. It's pretty nuts.
It was so good. He did it again.
Dab fighting for his tournament life, baits out the bounce cancel.
Yeah. What a great asset of Hellboy is his ability to kind of just stop his jump trajectory, to go around obstacles. We saw it on the Clash on Friday with Nikki up against Tweedy and Enchantress, and we're seeing it right now with Dab getting away from Coach Steve's asset.
Got himself out of that situation, but Coach Steve with the blood NATO pushed to the corner and burns him for a little bit more damage. Wow!
That's some scary stuff here, Coach Steve. Continuing the combo, just coming Dexar, maybe looking for Dab to try to jump out of the pressure, jump out of any kind of restand, but instead Dab keeps his composure and just waits for Steve to hang himself with that low puddle. Very, very risky move.
And the whip punish.
Taste your blood. Kill me if you can.
That was such a just perfectly executed whip punish by Dab. Forces that clash. Coach Steve, despite being up a game, he's got to get Dab off of that 250 health points. Really coming in with a lot of blood NATOs up close. Dab is all over the screen. Burning the meter, extra damage.
Here we go, Coach Steve finally getting rid of that first bar, but I think it might be a little... Dab goes for the low nut punch, just hitting him over and over again. I don't know if Coach Steve has enough. I don't know if Atrocitus has enough. The push block doesn't get through because of the armor that Dab is utilizing with Hellboy.
He just needs one shoulder. There it is.
Yeah, no, it was all over. Again, too little, too late. But we are down to a game 5. Coach Steve could switch over to another character if he feels like the big red machine is not going to be able to do the job. No shame in it at all. We know that Coach Steve has a great Catwoman. We saw him take on Star Charger and being able to take it over on him on the Clash in the Catwoman mirror. So, you know, maybe Coach Steve is reconsidering Atrocitus. You know, maybe he just wants to throw a monkey wrench at. No, never mind. We're staying with Atrocitus. Big red machine versus big red machine. Coach Steve says, you know, I took 2 games. I can take 1 more. I can take this last one. It's fine. But I don't know. Dab was looking pretty strong there. That last game was a mopping. That was free.
Coach Steve was really going in with a lot of puddles up close, which, you know, that's very unlike him. But you know, he was up a game, so maybe he's just trying to throw a little bit more savagery out there. But Dab had the answers to it. Now we're in a game number 5, the way it should be. Dab
Dab
actually did
trying
have
to
a guard
jump
there
out
for that. He could have punished.
Yeah, no, Coach Steve just kind of knew. Oh, ho, ho, the anti-air spin unfortunately drops the last bar. Dab not watching his dome. He gets hit by the overhead.
Ooh! Mega damage. Steve may lose his first health bar here. Dab got him with that low, and the end of that string is a little bit of a 50-50, although it can be fuzzied.
Looks for the nade here, but Coach Steve just trying to tack on damage. And Dab, what a great decision there to meet him with the down two, knowing it's fast enough to just derail the momentum that Steve was looking for.
Let your rage flow. I am so over this crap.
4 bars at Coach Steve's disposal. What will he do? 2 bars, 25% back. This has kind of been Coach Steve's story in the set so far. It's just getting Dab off those last few hit points on his first health bar. Back 2-3 is going to whip punish or trip guard. I'm not even sure.
I know, it
Not
was
sure
close.
what happened to happen so quick.
I mean, all we know is that he didn't have the ability to block or he didn't block. Looking for Dab to probably challenge there right in that specific moment, but trying to just stay on him, trying to keep the momentum, and Dab with the jump in here.
Oh my God! What a mix! What a mix by Dab!
Don't do it. I feel like it's Hellboy's back threes are one of the. It's probably the only back three that you just cannot get away from. You try so desperately to just utilize those 2 bars. Clash was no longer an option. Coach Steve just said, let me get out of this. And that giant fist just follows you all the way past to the other side of the screen, wall to wall. Good stuff to Dab. That was impressive gameplay, impressive adjustment, and great ability to maneuver around those spits and that. Can we talk about those whiff punishes?
Oh,
every single
yeah. Those were just to perfection from Dab. I mean, what more can you say, man? That man, he finally found his character for one, I think. Like he knew he had a really good Superman, but he was just kind of getting bored with Superman, especially playing him in the first game. And he's like, I really don't want to go through this again. And finally found a character in Hellboy, and he's been putting in so much work with this character. And you can see, like, it's not really like heavy execution, but to execute some of those little fake outs in the air and really not know if he's going to come in low, he's going to come in on this side or that side. That's what won him the game. He dropped that combo. It looked like he was going to jump on this side, and then nope, he's back over here, and it opened Coach Steve up for the win. And by the way, that back three is apparently the Dab of Doom, since it is the Fist of Doom, but Dab playing this character, and he calls everything the Dab. It's the Dab of Doom, and you can't get away from it. The only thing I could say is probably around the same range as that back three is maybe Aquaman's back three. Like you're trying to air escape and you just get hit by that trident. But yeah, you're right, man. There's not many things in this game that are gonna, you're trying to air attack and that back three comes, you're probably gonna get hit.
That's what happens. And they did take away the ability of Aquaman to combo and back three after the tentacle strike. So I feel like you don't see that as much.
Yeah.
Now you really see it every time. It's almost like you just don't ever want to do it against Hellboy. Just don't.
Right.
Just hope he drops it. You have a better chance of him just dropping it. Oh man. My heart goes out to Coach Steve. Yeah, no, but that was solid play. He cannot hate on the fact that Dab just understood the neutral game, and not everyone does whiff punish that string by atrocities. It's not the easiest thing to do, mainly because it never whiffs. That first move, it has such a great range that it never ever whiffs. But those moments, those few moments, you have to be ready. Like it whiffed, press your button. Whew. Dab.
All right.
Dab. What a menace.
Up next, we have Emperor Nyx versus Sponsor Me. Sponsor Me, who did send Han Rashid down to losers. So Sponsor Me kind of making a wave this week. Then we have Soldier Alex versus Deoxys. We're going to have Deoxys back on stream once again, hopefully with that blue Beetle. He did bring out Catwoman for a minute, and then he changed his mind. And then we have Kombat versus Young Monster. And these are all for top 16, so things are narrowing down here. It's starting to shape up. You know, Deoxys, I know he's been waiting to get back in that top 8 once again. He was in top 8 one of the first couple weeks of this season, and he's just been itching to get back in there, and just he wasn't happy with his performance in that top 8, so I know he wants to get back in there and prove himself. So hopefully he can do it. He's got to get through Soldier Alex, whoever that is. You know, when you see an unfamiliar name, it's like, are we about to see an upset? And that's always hype. And we might see one right here with Sponsor Me going against Emperor Nyx.
Hellboy.
I mean, this is top 32 in War of the Gods, so you know the guys who get this far, they know what they're doing. They've, you know, been able to utilize setups to refine them perfectly to a team, enough to get past other opponents who also know what they're doing. You know, and that's what it takes. Although it is free entry to go into War of the Gods, it is a commitment in time, not only just physically playing during the tournament, but also prepping and getting ready. So I'm sure, even though we haven't heard of these players, they're going to surprise us and they're gonna.
Sponsor Me rocking the Black Adam. Catching Nyx trying to wake up with a jump with that black magic, and that is a punish. Nyx did not burn the bar on that wake up.
Oh, and the wake up knees respected a little too much there. Nyx just understands that he didn't want to do anything. Unfortunately, and again the wake up knees. Let's go.
Things get really tricky with Darkseid in the corner. Sponsor Me's got to find his way out.
That's a lot of knees. That was a lot of knees. I don't think anyone inputs as many knees as this man, Emperor Nyx.
Just look at that knee.
Look at that.
And Nyx is not afraid to use it either. If he has 4 bars, he'll just down one knee, down, and he'll just do it. You really got to respect him.
Oh, not watching his feet there. Sponsor Me just takes out that last little sliver with the call of the lightning, thanks to the powers of Shazam. The forward throw here. This one's gonna hurt. Emperor Nyx able to set up his full screen game, 100% willing to take all these trades because he knows that Sponsor Me has a lot less health to work with.
Oh wow, that killed! Emperor Nyx up 1 game. Sponsor Me was not out of it. Not 1 minute. Just a couple bad reads to get Nyx off that first health bar. Just the damage had been done at that point, but
Darkseid.
Emperor Nyx playing super solid as usual. Sponsor Me. Natural Killer TY13.
That's it. That's him.
Turn it around. See if he can turn it around a little bit.
Begin.
Okay, catch him with that forward 1. Oh, nice block, but no punish. May not have been able to punish just the back one by itself. 500 damage here for Sponsor Me. Caught him with the low stomp. Emperor Nyx with the awareness. Saw him walking backwards. Oh, and you wanted to punish that? No, sir. That demon is going to do the work for me. Sponsor Me picks it back up, puts him in the corner. 517 baits out the wake up.
That was perfect. That was textbook. A refined anti-knee setup there by Sponsor Me, showing us that he knows a thing or two about how to fight Darkseid, especially one so willing to wake up.
Nice grab there out of the plus frames. Nyx just trying to dwindle down. There it is. The last remainder of that first health bar. Tried to black magic. I think he may have had time to block there. Just got mixed.
This day marks your end.
Mixed by Nyx.
Mixed by Nyx. We're going to trademark that. Good job, Echo. That was perfect.
I tried.
That's the forward throw. Connecting those orbs, those unblockable orbs that just add so much damage to combos or throw animations. The whiff right in front of his face. Don't do it to sponsor me. He will take advantage of it.
Together we could crush Superman.
A compliment indeed.
Nick's gonna spin that one bar just for 15%. Try to even this thing out a little bit more. That Parademon is still out back there. Here it comes.
You knew it, Echo, but for some reason, Sponsor Me forgot completely all about it. Maybe it was just the neutral game that he was too busy and focused on playing.
It's easy sitting in this chair to be like, oh, look, his timer is dwindling down. I bet it comes. You know, when you're thinking of the moment, I would have probably forgot about it. I would have not been paying attention.
I mean, there's too many things to look at, man. I mean, you got wake up knees in your face. You got to watch out for fake overheads that hit you low. It's tough. It's scary. It's a scary world out there. It's nice and safe from here. Just like, oh, look, there's the demon. Demon's coming. Hey, sponsor me. Demon's coming.
And by the time he hears us, it's just a little bit too late, and he got hit by it anyway. But he's not even been out of these matches, though. They've been so close. It's just a couple, one or two reads away.
I mean, he's definitely putting in his work, and I am very impressed. All right, now you got to watch out for the demon. Not yet. There.
Good block. Not a huge punish, though.
Not sure if he was anticipating a meter burn version there from Emperor Nick. Emperor Nick having a little bit of a layer 2 that knee gains. We talk about how great, beautiful that version was by Nick. Forcing Sponsor Me into the corner. What's going to be the mix-up? Down one knee. Does he get to do it again? No! Let's stop! Catches him by surprise. Saw him take to the sky and said, here comes an overhead. Nick just completely fakes him out with that very unsafe low stomp.
Oh my god, I don't even know what just... I thought Sponsor Me got hit in recovery of that jump. By that low stomp. No punish on that knee. Got rid of the Parademon. Sponsor Me tried to stay alive with 4 bars. He just needs to open up Nick's one time. That's it. He can do the damage. That could be it. Meter burn black magic. 4-3. Push him to the corner. No, down 2. Sponsor Me's got to figure out something here. Getting opened up by these knees. The wake up works. When his life is on the line, it works. And what a read by Nyx with the up laser.
When the Meterburg rolls right onto the laser. Very smart stuff there. And Emperor Nyx anticipating a jump in, or maybe an input error there.
Tired of war spectacle?
Not in the slightest.
He can keep this even if he burns the bar. Oh, he's going to do damage. His combo potential is gone, though. He's got half a bar to build. What is it going to be? Oh, my God. I thought that dive kick hit him.
I was so sure it hit him. I was so sure. And I said, that's it. We're going to another game. But no. Emperor Nyx taking it over. Sponsor Me 3-0. And that was close. That was a very, very close set. Maybe not the first game, but games 2 and 3 definitely came down to the wire. And, the difference maker was just 1 or 2 reads, like you said before. Very tricky stuff.
Yeah, man. That when you hear like 3-0 or somebody says, oh, I got beat 3-0, or even you yourself, you're like, yeah, I got beat 3-0. It doesn't always mean that it's like just a free mop. Every game can be, look at Dab and Coach Steve, or even every game in that set. Every game was like, 100 hit points away. Just one good solid read is going to change everything. But yeah, sadly, it wasn't in Sponsor Me's favor. Nyx is going to move on. And let's see what we got coming up next. We're supposed to have Young Monster and Kombat, but I think I saw Young Monster in chat asking if they can hold off. So I guess right now, while we figure things out, we are going to take a very short break and bring that matchup to you and get into all of these other matchups that are lining up. So bear with us. We're going to take a short break. We'll catch you in a second. We have made it
approaching
top
Fortress of
16.
Solitude.
A little bit of a change up in the lineup we are going to have right now. Semiij versus SylverRye. This is shaped up to be a barn burner. Hopefully. Yeah, I was going to say, I doubt he ran Hellboy because he doesn't like it for Catwoman or Smart Fox. So he did pick Batman.
Yeah, he did pick Batman, and this is really where we've seen a lot of SylverRye's success throughout the IPS season. Him just going with this character, really understanding when to challenge the mechanical path, and you know, when to apply that mix-up pressure. In the low sweep there, but trading with the slide and leaving SylverRye in a great position to continue this pressure. Now he's got to watch out. This is Semiij, the best Catwoman in the world. But SylverRye looking great and in full control here, just keeping the pace, understanding that he's got to make Semiij come to him, especially when a bat is out. Super back three, there is one resource out of the way. And SylverRye desperately waiting for something. Never mind, look for anti-air.
Able to pick it back up though. He's taking Semiij by surprise so far. Just look at that health bar. And I really like this classic Batman loadout, by the way.
Oh, the logo on his chest? Yeah, it's a beautiful chest piece.
That's one thing on these online series, online tournaments, whatever you want to call them. We get to see a little bit of the personality of some of the players and their gear choices. Wow! What a call out by SylverRye. Semiij hasn't been able to play this game yet.
No, he hasn't. SylverRye in the driving seat completely 100%, and the one and only parry, it actually works here. As SylverRye looking to close this out, maybe even anticipating the clash. Never mind, there he goes for it.
Don't be so sure.
I thought for a second that SylverRye was avoiding the clash as an option entirely, but instead gave him the opportunity to get 15% back. But I don't think he's sweating it, especially because of this mountain of a life lead that he's sitting on.
Semiij, if anybody can do it, Semiij can. Been in this situation many times, but can he clutch it out? Will he wake up, waits for it. Semiij coming in with the overhead. And the savage slide from downtown, but going to be answered with a cat dash. And that should have the damage SylverRye.
Yeah, he was just connecting. I mean, he saw that the 1-1-3 actually hit, and you know, he was able to continue it with the bounce cancel, and he knew it was just enough to take out that last bit of health that Semiij had. I mean, we know Semiij can play with a few different characters. Maybe we're going to see something else, or maybe he's just going to stick with what he knows best, and that is Catwoman.
I mean, I was going to say for a minute, maybe it's been a minute since he faced a Batman, but he did just you know, beat King at KIT in this same matchup twice, actually, in bracket and in the exhibition. So he definitely knows this matchup. Maybe SylverRye just took him by surprise, did some things he wasn't ready for.
I feel like it's SylverRye was probably being just a little bit more patient, maybe a little bit more patient than what Semiij is used to.
Semiij starting this off a lot better than that first game, catching him out of the interactable.
Oh, what a block.
Crossed him up and, wow!
Rising that it crossed up and knowing that it hit overhead.
Wow, what a backdash! That was so many good reactions or reads out of that situation. Semiij with the back three to catch him at the end of that string, and SylverRye able to backdash the lossable second. Oh, and caught him with the overhead of that string, the last hit. Backdash by Semiij coming in with the overhead. Toss him up into low.
Yeah, let's talk about how dirty empty jump low is in any fighting game. Any fighting game that has an overhead jump in just really messes with you. Oh, backdash is getting away from that upward uniburn batarang. Semiij wanted nothing to do with it. Catwoman's hitbox just crouching down and getting away whenever she goes into that backdash. So hard to deal with.
trying to keep some distance, build some meter. He's already got the meter advantage, and I want to say Catwoman may build more meter just doing those evasions than Batman can build batarangs. It looks like it. I'm pretty sure that's correct.
I mean,
so
yeah,
actually,
after the last patch, it's probably true.
Yeah, that can't be good. That's got to be a frustrating thing to deal with. Semiij, meter burning the cat dash for extra damage, forcing SylverRye to clash. Bars will get 15%.
Bars winning by 1 and getting 15% back for his struggles and for his resources. They're great, and I love the adjustment of the combo there, not only for the corner carry, but also for the meter build there, ending in a special move. Stuff by SylverRye, very easy to do it. All these tiny little things really add to the team play.
Ooh, what a down 2, and just when I was about to talk about SylverRye's gameplay, Semiij answered with a down 2 on that cross-up. And a push block by SylverRye could all be done. The back 3 on block and the down 2. Tied up 1-1.
I mean, when you got a down 2 when your opponent has a down 2 that's as great as Catwoman's, you really got to think about other approaches, you know, be a little bit more hesitant when taking to the sky. Don't take to the sky or jump in as much in the neutral. Maybe try to play the footsie game a little bit and then jump in, hoping that they whiff something on the ground. But just going to the sky there, probably not a good idea. But, you know, it is 1-to-1. You've seen SylverRye make adjustments before, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to do it right here. Catches Semiij any effort trying to backdash. And SylverRye meets him perfectly with a forward 3.
Nice backdash there by SylverRye. Semiij caught him with that low whip, the whip trip as we call it. Loads a trait bat and able to hit confirm. Notice the hit going in now for the damage. Reset. What a back 3 by Semiij. Oh, and Bates a wake up. He was standing there too. He must have just been out of reach. Unless Batman is one of those that can make her win.
Oh man, SylverRye in full control there, had the full punish there with being able to block that wake up, and he just kind of let Semiij fall out of that. That should have been SylverRye's round. SylverRye should have had a lot more health than he has going into this last round.
Semiij just sitting on under 30 hit points.
Should I dial
forcing
back?
SylverRye
Let's keep playing.
SylverRye's got to make it work. He may have to meter burn one of these. And what are we watching?
I mean, just full screen the game, just throwing batarangs and just watching Catwoman. I mean, building up the meter, and like you said, it's one of those things where you have less incentive to continue to keep throwing projectiles when you see that your opponent is building more than you are.
Yeah, that's got to be really tough to deal with. Nice catch.
Perfect.
That jump. Oh, and there it is. Just like you talked about, Arma, the empty jump. Paying off there for Semiij.
The empty jump low is a very good setup there, and Semiij completely respects the punch that he gets on that forward 3 on flop. Again, respecting it. I want to see SylverRye maybe do
what a read! What a read! Oh my god, SylverRye has... Oh no, wait! I don't even know.
What?
No, the meter burn back 3 went for a throw. What solid reads by SylverRye. Oh my god.
What just happened? It was his. It was his, and he just dropped it. He just had it, and it was just no.
Fighters approaching gorilla.
He broke the armor at that back 3 twice. Once with back 1-1, then back 2-3, and it just and the read on Semiij jumping out of the corner. Got him with the meter burn battering.
Begin.
It all fell apart. It was all going so perfect.
You know, and it really, things started to change for SylverRye really when he had Semiij in the corner, just right read after right read, being able to, you know, apply all that pressure, the block strings, and, you know, unfortunately just couldn't close it out. Just a huge execution error there, but hopefully SylverRye does find the ability to shake it off.
And when you have a potentially almost godlike comeback like that, and you don't win, that's got to do something to your mentality. We'll see here. Patience. Caught him with that low, just a one kick into the overhead. Semiij probably going to close out this first health bar. Will he? Oh no, doesn't even have to.
Oh, it hurts. Oh, God, it hurts.
That was meterless.
Yeah. It's cashing in on those cat claws there at the end.
Nice dagger there by SylverRye. Finally opens Semiij up. Trying to make something happen. Get him off that first health bar.
Ooh,
what a meter burn back three by Semiij.
A very small gap where you can get under that, and Semiij perfectly, you know, getting it on the first try here in this set.
This pressure by SylverRye. Unfortunately, Semiij gets out of the corner. Semiij with the meter burn back three goes under. Semiij open SylverRye up, taking him back to the corner once again, forcing a clash.
I've got no regrets.
Whoa, very interesting decision by Semiij to not go for the damage dealt for 15%. Might be something that he's gonna regret later, especially after that right shimmy. SylverRye getting rid of the first step here, getting rid of that first bar, and on the way to making the comeback.
What a wake up by Semiij. That is going to close it out. Semiij will make top 8 once again. Sending SylverRye down to losers. What a match. Look, 3-1, like, I know I said it earlier, like sometimes 3-0s can be so close, it just sounds so hard to say 3-0. But yeah, that really could have been a game 5 right there. Just SylverRye in that third match, I believe it was, just dropped the ball there, just one combo, one opening, one throwaway. That definitely could have been a lot more close of a set than we just witnessed. But Semiij is on sending SylverRye down to losers. Up next, we have Noble Rewind versus Deoxys. And this is going to be interesting here because Rewind, you know, up there on that Semiij level as far as War of the Gods is concerned, you know, those two have battled it out week after week. But Deoxys, like I said earlier, has really been scratching and clawing his way, trying to get back in that top 8 one more time at least to prove himself. So there's a lot on the line here because Deoxys potentially could pull that upset on Rewind and send him down to losers and cement himself into top 8 and just be done for the night. But Rewind's in his way, man. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Rewind always the player to kind of surprise us with new picks. So I wouldn't be surprised if Rewind gave us something completely new, a whole different character that he's been working on. And, you know, he's just that player that really plays around with the character select screen. So Deoxys might have a little bit of a disadvantage here because not saying that Deoxys relies a lot on people's unfamiliarity with Blue Beetle, his, you know, frame advantage after certain strings, but I think Rewind does his homework on everyone, and whatever you throw at him, it better be more than just a gimmick. You know, Blue Beetle can do it. Deoxys plays very solidly, but Rewind going straight to business, and I feel like whenever he picks that Catwoman, it's, you know, it's an easier way to get into top 8. You know, before he has to get too specific on players, maybe when he doesn't have a total read on that, he does go with Catwoman. Or maybe he just wants that jumping tube that just goes in from full screen, hoping to catch Deoxys after he, you know, puts a projectile on this one.
Yeah, and once Beetle's traded up, you know, his down 2, it is 6 frames. He's got some real range when he's traded up. So it's a very good answer for Catwoman's jump 2. But he's not traded up yet. He hasn't done it yet. Rewind coming in with the jump 2 and the pressure caught him with that overhead. Oh, it tries to get fancy in the air.
Out of the air as Rewind really putting the hurt here on Deoxys with that neutral jump setup. I'm not sure if Deoxys would have the ability to wake up there, but didn't want to take the chance. Instead, decided to roll the dice with the blocking.
And what a down 2. Nice air tech there by Rewind. Got himself out of that huge damage. Oh, and another down 2. The answer. Can't air tech this one. Ooh, and the very last active frame of that shield.
Oh, here he goes. Doesn't quite get there. Able to get up off the ground before he's susceptible to a combo. Trying to get it there, and what a heartbreaker there. What a drop by Deoxys that should have been his round. Instead, has a slight life deficit, and now it's getting even bigger thanks to that neutral jump through by Noble.
And the empty jump into a throw. All because of that field ender that whiffed. Deoxys should have taken that first health bar. He had the opportunity. Just dropped the combo, and now he's got to play catch-up.
Oh, hitting him with the overhead.
Time I whipped you into shape.
It's never good enough, is it?
That meter burn air projectile does hit overhead, I believe. So I guess Rewind just, wasn't expecting another hit, or at least wasn't blocking high for it.
Oh no, Deoxys just hit a button.
Little war machines afraid of cats?
Very expensive clash there. Both these characters have meterless options to launch. Don't necessarily need it. Good block by Deoxys. Rewind, one more touch. One more touch is going to take the first game. Oh, and the whip trip, and comes in with the jump 1.
That hard knockdown is very tough to deal with, and you really have no choice but to guess on the Oki. And Rewind knew it was in his favor to just kind of jump in, apply any kind of chip, even if he did block the jump in. But not sure what Deoxys was trying to do, possibly backdash out of the pressure, jump away, do anything but block. Rewind seems to be in full control right now. In my opinion, Deoxys is really going to have to change this up if he wants to take this win.
Yeah, the whole thing changed when Deoxys dropped that combo in the corner and then lost so much health with Rewind sitting there like 20 left. And unlike Batman, Blue Beetle builds a lot of meter just in those projectiles. That may be an input error right there, I'm not sure. Rewind is certainly going to punish with a throw. Nice anti-air there by Deoxys. Down one check into a throw by Rewind again. Solid push to the corner, the double dash in. The push block as soon as... And I like that by Deoxys. Rewind burned the trait, and Deoxys said, you know what, push the block. Got rid of that. But it still doesn't matter. Rewind.
It's definitely, utilizing, bar for meter, understanding the give and take and push blocking. Eventually.
Yeah, once they get rid of that resource push block, can't take advantage of those plus frames.
Oh, the knock. I believe.
Oh no! Nice neutral jump there by Deoxys.
Just another day in the life of Jaime Reyes.
Juan finds himself in the corner, gets himself out. Nice jump too by Rewind. Wasn't able to capitalize on it, tries to go for the whip trip. And what a catch by Deoxys.
I mean, it's a tricky float there. You really don't know when to anticipate that timing.
Can't beat Bruce.
It's never good enough, is it?
I mean, you see the jump arc that starts, and then when he floats, it just kind of throws a monkey wrench into your plan, into your anticipation, really into your reactions. So that's great utilization there by Deoxys.
It's caught by that interaction. Full rewind with a slight health lead still. Deoxys being patient. Rewind, just trying to inch his way in. A nice catch. The last frame, the last active frame of that shield. Doing the work there for Deoxys. And a jump two by Rewind.
You're freaking out the scarab.
Little war machines afraid of cats?
2 bars apiece. Both players decide to use it all, and HoneyRez decides to put on the swords on the ends of his hands, picking up his move list ever so slightly. And just getting beat out there as, you know, just getting kicked for his efforts to try to forward dash and close the gap between himself and his opponent, just not letting him have whatever he wants. And, you know, Semiij, I'm sorry, not Semiij, Rewind. Catwoman, noble player playing Catwoman. You really can't blame me.
Right.
Right. Hard. It's hard not to. And we just saw Semiij. Rewind looking really, really strong. You know, understanding it and being able to just barely take it away.
Fighters approaching contact.
I don't know, man. Deoxys, you're talking him up a lot as soon as he headed on this stream. Do you think he can do it, Echo?
I think he can do it, man. He's really gotta buckle down and just play. Like, he's just had so many spots where he's open rewind up and it either dropped the combo, or didn't commit fully and just lost the potential for damage. If he can just get over that, whatever it is, and just concentrate, he can definitely give Rewind a run for his money. And he is traded up now. One of the few times in this set that he is traded up in that down two. A nice small conversion there for 260.
Yeah, pay attention to the slight move list changes. His special moves do change, and so does a little bit less access to projectiles, but more access to getting in your face and really applying pressure. Oh, floating away. Don't want anything to do with that down two. Just get that heel completely away from me.
Deoxys is probably looking for a cat stance right there. That's why he threw out that down two. A Rewind with the presence of mind to know that Deoxys would look for that. Oh, and caught him with that jump three.
Yeah, the jump three going right through the down two there. Not sure if Rewind mistimed it or if it just flat out did not work.
That jump three when Beetle's traded up, it can be really, really annoying. You can jump three into air cancel, and you can just keep looping it, and it's really ambiguous too. It can be really dumb, but Catwoman has a solid down two. She can really shut that stuff if you get too happy with it. And a lot of patience here as we are in game number 3. Forward 2, the hard knockdown, a push block on the wake up.
No, he had it. That was the unsafe wake up. That was his time to punish and take something, get some kind of lead in this set. Unfortunately, he does push block it. Maybe he just didn't want anything to do with it, or maybe he just did not think Rewind would do something crazy like that in the neutral.
Might get robbed.
Yeah, might have been going for a meter burn forward 3, and just timing was off, and the wake up came out and gave him a push block. But he was going to take the first health bar from Rewind, but Rewind sitting on so much damage right now with those 4 bars. That's something Deoxys does not have at his disposal. Rewind inching Deoxys down, pushing him to the corner, low whip coming in. Nice backdashes by Deoxys. not burn the bar, wants to keep it.
Oh, that down two anti-air out of the sky, forcing Rewind to use this.
3 bars. Rewind's back on full health of the second health bar. Deoxys did so much work. Rewind caught him with the whip trip. Doesn't commit. And the whip trip's doing so much work for Rewind. Spacing it perfectly, using it exactly when he should be. Oh, and just caught him not watching his feet is Deoxys. Try and keep him in this corner. Nice down 2 by Rewind.
The down 2 is the bane of Deoxys' existence right now in this grueling set. Hold on, however, he's got something going, uses his 2 bars to get out of the combo. Deoxys knows he just needs to make contact one more time and he can really make it hurt.
And we're about to go to a timeout, buddy.
War Machine's afraid of cats?
This doesn't happen. This timeout in this game. That doesn't happen.
This may be the first timeout we've ever had on War of the Gods. 4 seconds. Deoxys makes something happen. The teabags. He knows it. Rewind 3-0 over Deoxys to a timeout, the first in War of the Gods history. Thanks to Rewind and Deoxys. What patient play. Wow. And who would have thought Catwoman involved with a timeout?
I mean, it does not happen in this game. It really doesn't. It's just not the way the game was designed. You know, it favors the aggressor a little bit more usually if you consider the meter gain on, you know, forcing your opponent to block things. I've never seen a timeout in tournament play ever in this game. So
right. 240 seconds. You know, sometimes I just totally forget that you know what the actual timer is when the first match starts. You know, what is the timer? Because like you said, we never have timeouts, so you just kind of forget there actually is a timer there. And I heard it ticking, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, this is about to happen.
I've never heard this noise before. What is this?
Yeah, what is this? Wow. Shout outs to those two, man. You know, they were playing so patient, just trying to feel each other out, keep the space, play it perfect, and it just so happened to bring us a timeout. We got to figure out here, because we have Tweedy lined up next, but we don't know who his opponent is yet. I'm not sure if we've made it that far or if we just haven't been updated. But we are going to have coming up next, we're going to have Noble Tweedy versus whoever his opponent is, and then Emperor Nyx versus to be determined as well. So Tweedy and Nick still in this thing, man. They're still up in winners, fighting for that top 8. We just don't know who their opponent is just yet. So we are. Oh, I thought you were going to say something.
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. I must have heard something else. So let me see. Let me see if we got any updates. These opponents.
Scroll down. I don't have any updates. I don't know what's going on, but I know, I believe Semiij did make it into top 8 when he beat SylverRye, correct? Or was that for top? That was for top 8.
Yes, SylverRye is down to losers for top 8. So we do have it: Tweedy versus Young Monster, Emperor Nyx versus Dab, and then in losers we have Deoxys versus HoneyBee and SylverRye to be determined. So he's going to wait probably for the loser of probably Tweedy and Young Monster, if I had to take a guess. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's shaping up. So up next, we're going to have Tweedy versus Young Monster, then Nyx versus Dab. So this is going to be hype. It's going to be hype. Is my mic okay, by the way, or is it bad?
You're good.
Okay.
I
all
think
right. Just wanted to make sure. All right.
Don't go anywhere. Stay right there. Don't move. You're good. We're there. We're in this for the Tweedy hype. You know, Tweedy, the dive bomb, the king of dive bombs. Can we say he's the king of dive bombs? No, we can't?
I would say so. I would say so, man. He it took him a while to get to doing that stuff. Like, he would just play very solid, you know, the kind of the way I guess Superman's supposed to be played, you know, very footsie heavy, whiff punishes for days. And it took him a while to start doing the kind of the savage dive bombs that we've come to love. The scale so hard. But actually running with Starfire versus Superwoman or Wonder Woman.
Fighters approaching the Batcave.
I don't even.
This is happening. This is not Superman. And, you know, Tweety was playing this character when she first came out, playing a lot of her, especially, you know, when I would see him occasionally in ranked. And I feel like he understands his character. He understands the game of Injustice. And this could be specific pick for Wonder Woman. Because he wants to establish a full screen game, and that's really where Wonder Woman can't do too much at the very, very full screen when she's not in shield throw range.
And the wake up. Tweety gets 300 damage. Young Monster rolling in.
I mean, you got those bars for something, right? Might as well use them.
Might as well. So much chip. Starfire does. Oh wow! And what a catch by Tweety. Probably going to take the first health bar, and he does.
I mean, he just Young Monster said, "Here I am. I'm trying desperately to get in on all this zoning." And you know, when you're sitting back and applying that full game, that full screen projectile game, it's really hard to really to pick up on the tendency or the ability on your opponent to want to go in, and he just whipped it out perfectly.
And Starfire can really get in your head sometimes. You know, you think it's good to dash in, you know, maybe seeing a Starburst or whatever come out, and then you decide to dash in, and then all of a sudden that trait comes out and pushes you all the way back. You know, it can really get in your head sometimes. But Young Monster...
Absolutely.
Young Monster trying to keep Tweety here in the corner. Tweety with the meter burn back 3 and doing all that chip.
Oh, the whiff there, but no punish there by Tweety. Just kind of lets him press buttons right after. Maybe he was just like expecting it to lose contact.
And this is that Wonder Woman range she loves to be at when she has you cornered, using that lasso. Oh, and tries to go with the low. Very slow startup on that. Tweety able just to walk backwards, get out of the range. Oh, caught him.
Let us end this. I've only just begun.
It's going to be a very expensive class yet. 4 bars.
Oh, the block on the overhead, but doesn't block the down 1 challenge right after it. Tweety's
Starfire wins
with the first win, taking the lead 1-0. Woo! What a nail biter there. Both players down to absolutely nothing. Nothing.
We've seen so many of those tonight. It's not even funny, honestly. Like, so many just one throw away could kill anybody type situations.
And then they whiff the throw right in front of their opponent and get punished for it.
Right,
I mean,
yeah, like, oh no, you went for what you should have, and then you got punished. No.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, that's what happens. You know, execution errors. Sometimes the nerves get to you, especially in those very intense situations.
Begin.
And this is definitely another one here. Young Monster sticking it out with Wonder Woman. Tweety getting the first hit and establishing the life lead. Really no reason for him to play risky at all. You can just kind of back up and hopefully make Wonder Woman with her shield tosses.
A lot of projectiles coming out of Tweety and the meter burn back 3.
That's nice. That's knowing your opponent's options. That's knowing your opponent's gaps within their string. And Tweety does his homework. Every character that comes at you in the game.
Tweety looking super solid so far. Young Monster. You know, it's Wonder Woman really, against a lot of the cast, you know, she kind of does what Starfire's doing right now, where she just kind of keeps you at bay. She's got the shield tosses, you know, up in the air, whatever. She's got the shoulder charge. But Young Monster with Wonder Woman is just really trying to find his way in. Oh, and caught him with that overhead. Young Monster trying to make something out of nothing.
The card is in play, but Tweety just not going for it at all, and Young Monster understanding and recognizing that he won't do it.
Wow, what? What a run by Young Monster. Just every time Tweety decided, okay, now it's my turn to press the button. I've been patient enough. Young Monster blew it up. And he has really kept Tweety in this corner for so long.
He lives in this corner now. He's actually going in the DMV and requesting an address change for the corner. Never mind. Going out of here, putting himself in the middle of the screen. And going with the unclashable stuff. Tweety, no reason to let Young Monster get any momentum.
So much chip damage. Oh, and what a read by Tweety, but it didn't pay off. Young Monster came in just a little bit later than Tweety expected, and that car is going to do it. 2-0 Tweety.
The car that was in play for so long and just never, ever touched until the very, very last minute. Tweety knowing and recognizing Young Monster's only option to avoid this is to meter burn back 3, and he would not have the health to take it. Good stuff there by Tweety, and it really came down to the patience, you know, just being able to sit there and not do anything for so long and, you know, not panic. And then that life lead just depletes slower and slower, and your opponent just kind of catches up to you little by little. Tweety just waited. He waited it out, waited for Young Monster to give him an opening, and he just took it. So, good stuff.
Yeah, very patient by Tweety. You know, when he still had his first health bar, he did get opened up a couple times. You know, they would kind of sit there and just look at each other, and then right when he decides to push a button, Young Monster was faster on the draw. But Tweety is up 2-0. Young Monster has such a mountain to climb now. And what a whiff punish with that throw. What a parry by Young Monster.
He's doing such a good job of blocking under all that Wonder Woman pressure. A lot of players like to, you know, try to backdash or try to just move, and then that's what Wonder Woman feeds off of. We fully understanding that that's not what you do with this character. You need to stay calm, keep your composure. Never mind, he just broke it right there. That as he comes back to his house, this is where he lives. He lives in this corner. The Young Monster wants to keep him here.
And this is pretty much the same situation we were in last game on the same stage.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Tweety getting a little bit more anxious here, a little bit more ambitious as he tries to press buttons of his own. He doesn't want to stay in there. He's like, you know what? That was too boring last time. I'd rather play out here. Let's play over here. Let's just need to run back to you.
Surrender while you can. I don't submit to tyrants.
The Young Monster at least gonna have to spin 2 spins, all 3.
Interesting choice there, especially considering that that third bar is only got him.
And Tweety just not letting him get any of the shield shenanigans going, and has an answer every time he throws it.
I mean, Tweety will gladly take those trades, but in this case, where that last trade will kill him, it won't get him much. But, oh man, look at the life just deplete. I think this is all over for Young Monster. Tweety ready to close this out. He is not going to give him the opportunity to make this comeback. I think Tweety wants to end this in a very specific way.
Yeah, it looks like it. 2 jump-ins by Young Monster. And Tweety was scouting that earlier with those upward starbursts. And just like that, Tweety takes it 3-0 to advance into top 8 for this week.
Starfire wins.
Week number 5 with Starfire, who we all thought may not be in this game anymore.
I feel like a lot of people have their gripes with Starfire, really saying that she does have a lot of weaknesses. You know, the pick for Starfire surprises both. You know, usually we see Tweety going with Superman, so maybe this is just a matchup-specific thing. I feel like Wonder Woman is that character that plays unlike any other character in this game. You know, you can't, her strengths and weaknesses are so different, and she plays in a range that a lot of other characters don't like playing in. And, you know, Tweety says, I don't want to play there with Superman. Instead, I'll just keep it safe. I figured out a nice, maybe not a counter pick per se, but a nice, easy matchup, an easy playing matchup that I am comfortable with. So Tweety just sitting there in full control. And at the end, I almost saw like a little troll face on Starfire's face. She's just going back and glitter, 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 just waiting for it to just connect. And
yep.
Tweety in top 8. No one's surprised by that at all.
Yeah, man, he's been here many times. I know he wants to take a week. Just a solid player. Just he's one of the few people in this game that didn't, as far as competitive play anyway, didn't really play Injustice 1. But he's played plenty of games before this, even before MKX, had experience in KI, at least casually. But there's our top 8 shaping up. Semiij up there. Oh, they took it away. Semiij up there in the number 1 spot. Hey, thank you. And then Rewind and Tweedy will be going at it in winners of that top 8. And we're going to shape up and see who Semiij is going to play. There's a lot of interesting matchups coming up, man. We got Emperor Nyx versus Dab coming up now. And these are 2 people that do play Hellboy. And I expect Dab just to roll with Hellboy anyway. But we'll see if Nyx rolls with Hellboy or Darkseid in this matchup. We've seen the mirror before between these 2. We might even see it again with Hellboy. I don't know.
Dab in this Hellboy, just putting in work, taking out Coach Steve pretty much with all those whiff punishes, take it to trading room, and you'll find out that is not super easy. Your timing has to be so specific, and you have to recognize the whiff before it even whiffs, It's
right.
One of those things. If you're a little too slow, you're going to eat the second hit of that string. Then you get comboed anyway. But Dab, a veteran, a very seasoned veteran at that, been making his mark in the FGC through the NRS community since MK9. Just putting in that work. Emperor Nyx, a newer guy, just fresh to the scene of Injustice 2. Don't know too much about him before Injustice 2, but, made it all the way to E-League, qualifying through Hometown Heroes. Not only just taking it over Nubcase, but saying that it was going to be free.
Yeah.
Specifically
what a
saying
statement.
it was. Yeah, no, it was. It's just bodying through everybody. Unfortunately, didn't have the performance that he was expecting or that I was expecting at E-League, but he did make it. And a lot of players can't think. Oh, here we go.
Well,
the Hellboy, like you said.
Nyx had a very good Goro in MKX. Really made a wave in Season 2 of Kombat Cup, at least. Taking sonicfox down in bracket. Took him 3-0, actually, which actually made Sonic say, you know what, I better learn this Goro matchup. And then he picked up the character.
Nyx just kind of always prone to go to those big body characters.
All this armor exchange.
Not really getting him much there because of that static hit front that you see in the armor of Hellboy once that trait is activated.
And Nyx playing super solid so far. That may have been chip out regardless.
Oh, the cross-up counter there by Emperor Nyx. Off to a great start in this first game here. Dab needs to change up his game plan, needs to figure out what's going on and how to stop this Hellboy from jumping in.
He trades up, says, I don't even care. Trying to wake up, I'm going to take the hits. And I'm just going to keep hitting buttons. He's just trying to get rid of his health bar. Shoots him right in the horns.
What the hell was that?
Dab has a mountain to climb now, but he has 3 bars to do it with.
Got 3 bars, and he does have Flash at his possession here. So anytime that Nyx does start something, you can put a halt to it. Oh, but you're not going to halt that. Beautiful enhancement there of the nut punch as he just swings over and over again. And Nyx taking the first game, going up 1-0 with a daddy dash.
Yeah, Nyx playing super solid so far. Like,
oh yeah,
Hellboy.
That's Nyx for you. Being able to adapt. And, I feel like Dab was he was trying to punish Nyx really hard with that trait, because what that trait does is it lets you, if you take a hit, you have a static hit stun enemy. So normally it's a great way to get past those very slow recovering moves, like the stand 3s or even those down 2s. But Nix just knew that and did not leave himself open to it, especially because he plays the character. He understands how the mechanic of that character power works.
Nix burning the bar for extra damage. Over 400. Jesus. Nix is traded up right now, so he's not going to really take these hits. Oh, and the armor break. And Dab returns the favor.
What was that?
Shooting Nix right in the horns. A little bit of a lag spike there. Hopefully that clears up.
Uh-oh. No, I don't know what's going on here. We might have to get a ref in the building.
Oh,
Emperor
no.
Nix has left the game. Woo.
Man, this is not good. This is not good now.
Can we call that a rage quit? That was a rage quit. I mean, no, I'm just kidding.
And we have seen rage quits before.
No, it definitely wasn't. You saw the lag spike before. Unless, like, Emperor Nix is sitting there kicking his modem around. I don't think that was intentional. Could have been a blackout. Not really sure. We're waiting to see. We're going to get updated by the update police here behind the scenes at War of the Gods. But what do you think of the set so far? We got to see the Hellboy mirror, and in that first game, I really, really saw it in favor of Nix. Nix in complete control, and I don't know if it was just because Dab was looking for that one specific tech to blow up something with his character power armor. But, Dab lost like half his health in his second bar just because he was desperately looking for something to blow up, and Nix did not give him anything.
Yeah, there was a whole sequence of Dab's armor where he was just taking those hits, and it's very similar to like Aquaman when he traits up. Like, he takes the full combo damage, whatever's left on the table, but he doesn't get juggled, which very similar to Hellboy. So when Dab was just taking all those hits, it's like, oh no, like it's so late in the game or this match anyway that you're taking all this damage. But you're probably right, man. He was probably just looking for something super situational. And just trying to blow something up. But I don't know. It looked like tables had turned a little bit in Dab's favor in that second match. Unfortunately, we got the lag out, and we're just being told they're working on it. So we'll figure out. Nix, I see you in chat. I don't know what the score is. That's up to the people behind the scenes. So we're just kind of here. We're wondering, too. We don't know the score either. If we knew that, okay, Aquaman is in the chat. So Nix, go ahead and host that King of the Hill. I don't know what the score is. So we'll just see when the score is on the screen.
That's really unfortunate. I don't know if and that happens sometimes, especially when you're looking at these online things. It's, stuff's in the air, internet, things happen. And if never mind. And this has actually happened in an offline tournament a few years ago, back in the Injustice 1 days. The power just went out in the entire room, and many matches just stopped, like mid-match, someone on the verge of winning. And how do you prove these things? It's wow. I was literally going to win after I punished that Dragon Punch, and I went out. I don't remember what the verdict was. I want to say the verdict on that power outage was replaying, starting every set back to 0. I could be completely wrong, but these things do happen. It happens, and it sucks. Blow up at MLG a few years ago, where for some reason we needed to have a specific referee there watching matches. And I want to say it was a match between Sickness and somebody else, and they played it like 4 different times because it didn't update in the bracket, and dude, it was just a mess. But these things happen.
We got some people in the chat bringing up the Perfect Legend versus King matchup. I think at KIT, if I'm not mistaken, Injustice 1 Flash versus Batman.
Final round. I was there.
Was it final round? Okay, yeah, I remember Tom Brady was on commentary, all that, and what a just a kind of, that was kind of nuts, honestly. I don't know, I don't really want to say, it's just that was a moment. We'll just say that was pretty nuts. if you, I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere. You know, somewhere out there. If you haven't seen it or whatever, you can go watch it. But yeah,
you're just gonna sit here and blow up Perfect Legend like that? Damn.
No,
Man.
hey, look, I'm not saying it's a rage quit. Look, me and PL are cool. Look, man, that was just a really crappy situation, and you know, nobody knows what happened except the guys that were there. It just is what it is, I guess. I mean, yeah. They said it in the chat. I figured, hey, we'll throw that in there too. It's something
It was iconic. It was a memorable moment. Let's leave it at that. It was a memorable moment, and I think half of the reason why is because Flip Kev was just on commentary with Tom Brady, just screaming over like on the top of his lungs. What just happened? What happened?
Yeah. It's just a crazy situation because, you know, PL at the start of the match had obviously like he was definitely in control, and then just an unfortunate controller disconnect or desync or whatever, and then, you know, it happened again, and it's like, oh no, you know, what's actually about to happen? And yeah,
that was bad. That sucked. That sucked super bad. That whole weekend was eventful. You know, final round, always a fun tournament, and that one specifically, that final round, like everybody from every scene came out there. The GGA guys came down in like 2 SUV fulls of like players. 16-bit was in the building. He bodied me in winners. And I was going to lose 2 losers in that tournament. But I know my first loss was the 16-bit. I was really salty about that. That one like got under my nerves.
Was it close, or was it just like?
No, he wrecked me. He wrecked me really bad.
Oh no. Oh no.
And I think back then it was I think we were playing 2 out of 3. If I remember correctly. I think back then that was before we. No, I think it might have been 3 out of 5. Either way, I mean, it wasn't like a mop-in, but I didn't feel good about it. I didn't feel like, wow, I almost had I just lost.
Yeah. 16-bit, man. What a player, and it's so good to see him on those Watchtower streams, working over there at NRS. You know, helping put this game together. Absolutely. But as you see, the score is tied 1-1, and Nick's absolutely going in. Tired of his internet provider just giving him that 10-0 matchup. It's not the first time it's happened. Dab taking all those hits. It nearly killed him. Wow, what a wake-up by Nix.
I ain't cutting you any slack.
I told you, man. Dab just kind of looking for things in all the wrong places here. I feel like he's not relying on that setup. Looking for something that Nix is just not going to give him.
Oh, nice jump out. Nix continuing the pressure, and Dab tried to go with an air grab.
Unclashable boys here, straight to the low nut punch for his troubles. Entire gunshot. He's kind of trying to, you know, not really start any combos, but just initializing hit here, hit there. And you know, Nix knows that every hit that he does take, he is actually gaining meter for it.
Nix just mixing it so hard right now, but Dab has all this meter to work with if he chooses to. Oh, those flames. It's gonna, he's standing on it, but it went away. And the teabags from Nix right now, really.
I mean, hey, that was a situational teabag. I mean, what else was Nix going to do? That had the reborn trait activated. So Nix is like, okay, I'm not gonna hit you. I'm not gonna let you get any kind of health or momentum back. So let me just teabag you right here for no reason. I mean, what else was he gonna do?
I'm gonna say this though. Those teabags look a little bit laggy. He was just kind of. I gotta say it. Those are a little suspect, man.
Come on, Nix. You gotta work on that teabag tech, or write a letter to your internet provider. We don't like that. No, Nix. You know, giving up a game that he could have easily won, and this could have been a 3-0 set, but that is not the case. It's 2-1, and Dab is free for one more character select. You know, we've seen him play so many different characters. Dab is a monster at diving into DLC, especially like right when they come out. Dab just kind of loves taking advantage of the fact that people don't fully understand these setups yet. And then every time a DLC comes out, Dab is the first one to really find that dirt. But see, Black Mana, very simple gameplay, access to teleport, full screen stuff, and can really, really chip you away.
Absolutely. And maybe one of the things he's looking for is just to chip away at that armor once he's traded up. With Manta having so many hits, so much chip, and that jump 3 is godlike. And just look at the amount of damage that Dab has done so far, and hasn't even really done a BNB. There's one. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, Dab's showing us some tech now.
Oh yeah, he definitely is. Doing that perfectly right there with the teleport, punishing Nick for jumping over to the other side.
Broke the armor is Dab. Manta seemed to work out perfect. But how does Manta do against Darkseid? Because I feel like if Nick loses is too bad, he's going to switch to Darkseid immediately. Got him with that harpoon.
Pulling him there right through the harpoon. God, look at all this control, man. He is not sweating anything one bit. Did he just walk out of the jumping range? Like, I'm just gonna walk over here, and I'm gonna watch you whiff, and then I'm gonna punch you. Yeah, what a I am 2-2.
And it looks
Can we talk about
like
that?
Nick's. It looks like Nick's was just, you know, ready to call it quits and go to character select. He could have broke or clashed at any point during any of that offensive run from Dab, and he just said, you know what? No, it's time to switch. Maybe. I don't know.
I think you're right. I think you're onto something. I think we're gonna switch here. I don't know if we're gonna see Gorilla Grodd, but I do feel like we're gonna see a character that's not Hellboy.
Okay, Nix, we know that you know what character you're rolling with. Who is it going to be? We know. We know that you know. No way he runs Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman.
Whoa, boy, that was almost a mistake.
Why would he not go Wonder Woman? I mean, she's good. She's got some weight. Whoa, Robin. This is real. This is real. This is happening. Echo, your face. Your face. You don't even know what. You don't even know. Is this a dream?
Begin.
Hold up. Oh, seriously.
All right, trying to get some kind of full screen presence activated there. Effort Nick's throwing those smart Verdurangs. Now their Verdurangs do chase down your opponents, whether they're in the air or on the ground or on the other side of you. Verdurangs will find you. Little execution there by Nick, but it does give him the ability to continue the momentum. And again, Nick's dropping the timing there on Future 2. As you see, Hayatei makes it look. So remember, Nick, evaluate the situation.
All right, I'm back, Arma. Hopefully my mic sounds better.
Oh, and Nick's taking the lead here, taking away that first bar. Unfortunately, he is behind a little bit on meter, but I don't think he's sweating it too much, especially given that he just spent his, half his bar there on that meter burn roll. I guess the idea here is, Nick's trying to outrange Black Manta, and trying to do it here in the character that is the 50 god known as Baby Bane with that giant sword. Both players respecting each other immensely here, using the meter to extend his combo. Meter for holy like a fish.
I'll drop you off a roof.
6 bars in the clash. Jesus.
Ooh, that's a lot of resources gone really quickly.
And what a catch! bitch with that harpoon in the air.
You know, he caught him right before that murder engine came active here. Ends the damage there and
oh my god!
Perfectly.
Black Manta wins.
We're going to another game 5 tonight. Dad bringing out the Manta.
Yeah, I believe that is. Wasn't that the set? Because we came back at 1-1.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I believe that was it.
You're actually right. Yeah, Dad takes 3-2.
That was his last efforts, and that's why you were so stunned, because you're just like, this is his last chance.
Yeah.
He's going to rob him. Like, why? And I love. Let's break down that last play there by Dab. Dab knocking Nyx down on the ground. Not only is Nyx a player that is very willing to wake up in more situations than most top level players, and there's nothing wrong with that. It actually makes it sometimes a little bit harder to read and harder to condition. Nyx loves to wake up. And, you know, there's 2 wake ups by Robin. It's either the uppercut sword or the assassin strike, where he's just jumping in at you. Dab said, I'm going to avoid all that, and I'm going to jump back 3 and just perfectly beat out Nyx in that last little play, that last decision. Daddy Dab making the comeback there, not only phoning in a friend and cutting out Emperor Nyx's first game, but, you know, downloading it and figuring it out with Black Manta. So shout outs to Dab, and unfortunately we did have that internet drop. I'm not sure what's going on there, Nyx.
Yeah, that's what threw. I totally forgot that happened.
Yep.
So yeah, that's what threw me off, and I was That congrats to Dab though. He makes top 8. So if we can get a look at that bracket again, so I think is it Tweedy that was waiting for an opponent? I'm pretty sure.
I'm not sure who's waiting for an opponent.
Or it was Semiij. It was Semiij. So yeah, Dab should be going against Semiij, and then Rewind and Tweedy will be going at it. And as you can see down there on the bottom, Young Monster has made it into top 8 losers with his win, and that was on the Twitter thing too on the bottom. So top 8 shaping out here. We got a couple matches lined up. We have Deoxys versus HoneyBee coming up, and we have Sponsor Me is still in this thing. He's still here. He's in losers, and he will more than likely, I think, go against Nyx, but we'll figure it out. We're going to take a short break to get ready for this Deoxys versus HoneyBee matchup and the rest of the losers bracket. So hang tight. We'll be right back.
And I'm so excited for our last 3 matches, not only because this is for top 16, this is the nitty gritty. This is in the losers bracket. So this is when tournament lives are on the line. This is do or die. You're in or you're out. That's it. No ifs, ands, or buts. I don't care if your internet went out. I don't care if you think Cheetah is unfair. It's just going to happen, and that's the way it is. So our first match, we have HoneyBee. After a huge, upset, updated to us from the upset police, kind of shook it off and said, I got 2 tournament lives. I can keep going at this. Let me just keep my head in the game. Kept charging forward and made it all the way here to top 16. He's going to be going up against Deoxys, Echo, HoneyBee versus Deoxys. Where's your money at?
Well, it's HoneyBee's birthday today. And we didn't mention that before. Yeah, it's HoneyBee's birthday today. So I know this man wants to go out with a W and at least making it that top 8, whether winner or losers. He needs that top 8. Now, so does Deoxys. Like I've been mentioning all night, Deoxys have been scratching and clawing for this top 8 for weeks now. So this is a very important set we're about to witness because both of these guys, they need this top 8. And this is it. Like you said, do or die. You're either in or you're out. Who's it going to be? Flash and Beetle. Here we go.
I don't see a Supergirl here on the screen, so I think HoneyBee needs business. And, maybe he just wanted to toss up that life to Supergirl, but right now it's business.
Begin.
And HoneyBee in the first match. He's bringing out the Flash God Lord outfit in the first match. Sometimes we'll get a flashy one, a shiny red one, a shiny purple one. He's already going in with the Flash Guard Lord.
Yeah, man, it's business time. Getting under that projectile. Heading for it. Oh, that down 2 gets completely replenished thanks to the speed force there as HoneyBee just taps into his character power.
Woo! The execution by HoneyBee right now. Meterless damage. But the answer by Deoxys. The overheads. The restand, the plus frames. Wow, who's got mixed?
Consider yourself defeated.
He restood him in the corner and just bullied him even more. He said, are you going to move or are you going to block this?
On that jump 3, paying dividends for Deoxys. HoneyBee has 4 bars.
Oh, Deoxys.
Oh my God, what is happening?
You're lucky this isn't a time trial. It's never good enough, is it?
Bars 25%. We've seen HoneyBee come back from even worse situations, so don't count him out just yet.
And Deoxys making a statement here in the first game. Didn't even lose his first health bar.
Oh man, as soon as he put HoneyBee in the corner, it was all downhill from there, and HoneyBee just kept guessing wrong after wrong after wrong. He did guess right on a few shimmies, didn't really go for the throw tech bait, but he just couldn't get that momentum on his side. He just couldn't get out of that corner. So, maybe HoneyBee's gonna go into the next game like, let me stay out of the corner. At all costs. Let me clash as soon as I start losing that second life bar. That was crucial. That was a big decision there that I think was going to be.
That's one thing that Flash wants and Beetle wants. They want you in that corner and they want to mix. HoneyBee staying under all these Cheerios, as the community likes to call Blue Beetle's projectile. Little Cheerios. Wasn't able to convert off of that trade, but he will convert this. Going to the corner once again. HoneyBee, the setup. Oh my God, he's catching Deoxys, pressing everything.
I mean, when you see a character jump in on you, your first instinct is to go with your anti-air. You really can't blame Deoxys too much. However, right there, HoneyBee not guessing right on the block here. And thanks to that corner positioning, Deoxys is able to really do a number on his health.
Oh no, and everything's falling apart once again for HoneyBee. Deoxys on a sliver of health. And that wake up is going to close out the first health bar. HoneyBee just wants to get in and get his damage and even this thing out. Build some meter along the way, which will make the Deoxys think twice about throwing one of those projectiles. Deoxys is just avoiding everything. All this meter. Nice challenge by Deoxys. That 6 frame down too. Catch him with the low.
Oh, that down two.
That clash.
I am so blogging about this.
And the trade, Deoxys up 2-0.
Blue Beetle wins.
That trade was just close. It was just enough, and in his favor to really just take him out. And what you have to kind of keep in mind is once Flash taps into that Speed Force, he cannot block. He's super duper fast, meaning that really and realistically, when you're the gameplay mechanics, you're super duper slow, but he cannot block at all. No blocking whatsoever.
So essentially what you're saying is he turns into a Robin player. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
All right, HoneyBee mixing it up here at the down 1, 2, 3. Wow, what an answer from Deoxys. Will he burn the bar? Yes, he wants even more. Almost 500 damage. Has Flash finally met his match?
I mean, the longer he sits out here with, behind these Cheerios, the more meter that Beetle gets to build. The more meter you have, the more access you have to, all these great abilities, such as meter burn back, 3-ing, bounce cancel, stuff like that.
Which we've seen put in so much work for Deoxys with the overhead into the meter burn bounce cancel. Has just done so much work for him. But Deoxys, ooh! Deoxys has taken the first health bar in every game so far. And the conversion puts him back in the corner and burns another bar. Oh, and the setup.
HoneyBee finding his footing here with that down 2, being able to close out that first bar. HoneyBee can make this comeback. He's down about 50%. He realizes the trait, but it doesn't matter. The giant Cheerio from downtown all the way up in the sky.
HoneyBee didn't hit confirm that overhead string, the 4-2-1 into the kicks. He's got plenty of meter to work with. HoneyBee falling apart. He's got to do something.
See? Fastest man alive.
I am so blogging about this.
What a perfect quote there for the reactions on being able to clash right there on that second hit. HoneyBee is given another chance at life, another chance at his tournament life here. He needs to make something happen, and he can do it. He's got trait ready to go as soon as he finds the hit.
Challenged by Deoxys. HoneyBee with the block. Wait a minute, throw tech. Down 2. This is important. Oh my god. Oh no, the jump 3! The jump 3 and he can't clash it! HoneyBee is gonna go down on his birthday. Deoxys makes top 8 in losers. What a jump 3!
He walked into it, Echo! He walked right into it! He was so sure that either he was not gonna press a button or he just did not think he was in range. But because HoneyBee walked in right in range of that jumping 3, Deoxys was able to just shut him down, and HoneyBee, that could have easily been his if he just played a little bit more patiently right there at the end. Oof, my heart goes out to you, HoneyBee. But it was do or die, and that was your second loss for the night. HoneyBee taking away 9th place here. As Deoxys moves on to top 8, where he's going to fight. I'm not sure who. We're going to see the bracket in a little bit, but coming up next, we have Sponsor Me. He's going to be going up against Emperor Nix.
Man, that jump 3. Oh man, where did it even hit? That's just we talked about it earlier when we saw Deoxys. That jump 3 is really good. But man, that came in clutch. Wow. I'm still like, wow, that happened. Because I thought it was going to be another HoneyBee classic comeback hype bringer. And then the jump 3 just, congrats to Deoxys. Don't get me wrong. Making that top 8 finally again to prove himself. But I really thought there was more in the tank in that matchup. I thought, okay, we're going to at least another game. And it wasn't in the cards for us, man. Deoxys making a statement there. And there it is. Deoxys will be taking on Young Monster. So I'm sure both of those guys will be prepping for that matchup. Blue Beetle possibly versus Wonder Woman. Catwoman versus Wonder Woman, not sure. But man, we're getting into the final 2 games of the night. Sponsor Me versus Emperor Nyx. And Method SylverRye versus Revit Leafing. Whew. Now, the wild card, obviously, Sponsor Me. Who is this man? Who is Sponsor Me, and who is he trying to get sponsored by? He's got to take down Emperor Nyx to make that top 8. But we've seen it before, man. A lot of upsets can happen, especially this late in the game. We'll see if Nyx has it in the tank to take this dude down. Whew. What a night.
Man, he just had it. It came down to the last little play. If HoneyBee just backed off a tiny bit, a little slither away, farther away from his opponent, he could have easily seen that jumping 3 whiff. Just such scary stuff, man. Blue Beetle.
Well, that's
getting hit so many times after he hits the ground, after he takes to the sky.
It kind of goes back to what you were talking about earlier about, the whiff punishes and being, the timing just has to be perfect sometimes. And I think that's what B was going for, was like he saw the jump 3 come out and he thought, he could just walk a little closer, get him with a standing 1, whatever. And he was just a little bit too close. And the active frames of that jump 3 are just insane. I think that's what happened. But here we go. Nyx versus Sponsor Me. Classic dark side. That dark side looks fierce, by the way.
And who is Sponsor Me going to be going with? Emperor Nyx, as we know, tends to go with dark side. A little bit of Hellboy here, and the other night on the Clash, we did see Emperor Nyx going with Wonder Woman against Barry.
Slaughter Swamp.
But Sponsor Me.
Wait a minute. This, I need to ask. Because I'm pretty sure that we saw these 2 go against each other earlier. Didn't Nyx put this guy into losers?
If it wasn't Nyx, it was a different. I believe we said this play before. Yeah, now that you're saying it, I do remember it. If it wasn't Nyx, it was a different dark side. But it was. I remember seeing this matchup. Chucking the alligator there. Yeah, no, just getting, that's a great way to deal with that advancing high there by Black Adam. It's just pressing down 1 or down 2, depending on the character, and realizing it hits and confirming into the rest of the combo. Oh, yeah, big double boots to the face, hitting Sponsor Me right in the back of the dome. Not sure if he crossed up or didn't cross up. Hitting him a jumping of his own, holding that back 3 just with a little bit of swag. And taking Nyx for a ride here.
Looking at the bracket, Arma, this is a run back. Emperor Nyx put Sponsor Me in losers, and then Dab put Nyx in losers. So here we go.
Oh, the wake up knee here, and there because of the plus frame. Nyx was all over it. Sponsor Me is not going to move. He's too scared of my down 1 after wake up knee.
Doing that jump 2 just to avoid that knee, just in case.
And towards the end of that set in Winter, Sponsor Me was doing a great job of dealing with Nyx's wake-up knee, jumping back and making it whiff. I didn't see much of that in this set. Nyx pretty much in control, doing the neutral. Kind of, I guess Sponsor Me was kind of holding on to that idea that Nyx would, present those punishable dives to him. And he was just kind of waiting for a train that never came. And Nyx ran away with it, but hold on. Sponsor Me going with a whole different game plan here, going with Red Hood.
Red Hood. Okay.
Begin.
Jump one for the air-to-air here. The favor does go to Sponsor Me.
A nice interrupt there by Nyx. Not dealing with the down one trait cancel. That is fake. And he blows it up.
Oh, checking him there with the down one. Very risky stuff there. But Nyx trying to, analyze the data, anticipate it. I saw a little spike there. Echo, I'm not sure what we're going to see in the future here, but Nyx needs to close this out before he loses another game, too. Omega beams in the air do follow you no matter what. Usually the only thing that gets you away is pretty much a very fast penalty. Gets him with a throw, catches on, respecting the meter burn knee, which is plus on fly.
Got him with that low. And this is where Red Hood really shines. Nice scout on that knee by Sponsor, but has the damage been done?
Oh,
the instant! Woo! It was so instant. Never even left the ground, I'm convinced.
So we talk about how perfect that whip punish was by Sponsor Me. Not only did he just jump over the laser, but he was able to recognize that it was his opportunity to go for a full combo. Unfortunately, it was not enough there, and Nyx decisively taking that second game before his internet crapped out.
Yeah, like, that didn't look terrible for his Red Hood. He's going back to Black Adam, which, I mean, he's probably been playing Black Adam all night. And every game between these two has been really, really close. Red Hood just not paying, not doing what he intended for Red Hood to do in that matchup to get him that W. Now he's stuck with Black Adam for the rest of the set, no matter what.
Oh, good block of the minion, which doesn't block the overhead, but he was ready for the low. Ready to capitalize, never mind. Didn't have the meter to extend the black magic combo. Huge heartbreaker there for Sponsor Me. That first hit, the initial first hit in this game is so important in situations like that.
This pressure by Nyx.
Tremble at the might of Darkseid.
Oh my god, Darkseid gets ridiculous here. In the corner. Sponsor Me finds his way out.
Here we got a flow going there from Sponsor Me, but a huge stop there in the corner. Not what you want to do. Desperately air escapes there. And what a throw tech. Continuing the pressure here. Nyx desperately trying to get out of here. Goes for the knee and the anti-wake up setup there by Sponsor Me. Played to the tee by the book. Good stuff.
This pressure with the knees. Oh, and he just baited it into the low stomp. If he had had meter, that would have been it. And that will do it. Emperor Nyx makes top 8. Loser's side.
Darkseid wins.
And Nyx single-handedly took this man out of bracket. Put him in losers, and then put him out. Makes top 8. Congratulations, Emperor Nyx.
And a big shout outs to Sponsor Me, really doing his thing, kind of bringing that, that hype factor here. We've seen all these other names, and, we're always so happy to see new players. So if anyone out there is watching and you feel like you can take it to these guys, really come out here, make a name for yourself, make sure you sign up for the next War of the Gods. It is absolutely free. Registration is live. All you guys got to do is go to gauntlet.gg/war. Completely free. You don't even have to leave your house, but you need to make sure your internet is on point, so no Wi-Fi allowed. Crucial point here. And someone in the chat is asking, can you get sponsored if you get 3-0'd twice on stream?
Yo.
That's a hard question. I mean, I don't think that's grounds for not getting sponsored. You know, it depends who 3-0s you, because we've seen sponsored players get 3-0'd all the time by sonicfox. So yes, the answer is yes, pretty much. Can we say
we've
yes?
We've also seen players, you know, with their tag as sponsor me get eliminated by one player in the same night twice.
Yeah,
but you know, it just happens, man. Sometimes you just you're just gonna run into the same people, man. It's just the way it is. But yeah, that the chat is pretty savage tonight, man. It's a good night. Our final match, by the way, guys, is Method SylverRye versus Revit Leafing. Here we go again. We've seen these two both on stream tonight. SylverRye was sent down to losers by Semiij, and he's got to take on Revit Leafing, and one of these guys is going to make top 8. Who is it going to be? We don't know. But I highly expect probably Batman versus Cheetah, probably. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, you know who's going to make it.
It's SylverRye. It's got to be SylverRye. SylverRye's the best.
All right. Well, look, you know what? SylverRye, I love the man, SylverRye. But, you know, we can't leave it one-sided, so I'm going to have to roll with Revit Leafing in this. If SylverRye is the Arma team, then Revit Leafing is the Echo team, so we'll see who makes that top 8. It better be at least a game 5, but we got to get into it first. I know they're both ready. I've seen them both in the chat, so we should be getting into it here in just a second. Whew. Oh, wait a minute. So actually, this is another run back from earlier tonight. SylverRye put Revit Leafing in losers.
That's why I said SylverRye. I wasn't saying it. I was just looking at the stats, man. I wasn't at all. I was just rooting for SylverRye.
All right, yeah. So we have another run back, SylverRye versus Leafing. Now, SylverRye took it 3-1 earlier tonight, and now they've both met up yet again. We'll see, man. We'll see. That SylverRye is such a solid player, man. There's nothing I can say that's like gonna do any good. The dude's play speaks for itself. And Leafing is trying to join his brother in top 8. Now, Young Monster's already in that top 8. He was the first on the loser side to actually make it. You know, they play Revit Leafing and Young Monster at the same house. They play on the same console. No matter how many weeks of Kombat Cup or War of the Gods these two win, Revit Leafing and Young Monster, they still can't buy another PS4 for whatever reason.
Hey, man. I mean, it's one of those things where you can't. It's like you can buy a second one, but how much is it really going to... It's going to benefit you once a week? Come on. You can't blame them for that.
I'm just saying. Oh, wait a minute.
Cost-benefit analysis, man. They're just like, we don't see it. We don't see it.
We're not actually getting Batman versus Cheetah. We're getting Batman versus Poison Ivy. Leafing bringing out, for a first time ever on War of the Gods, Poison Ivy from Revit Leafing. The last Poison Ivy we saw was So Sick Nash fan, and he made top 8. It doesn't look so good for Leafing so far.
Oh, and what a call out there, recognizing that she took it in the air. Oh, and completely specifically stopping that wake up veteran.
Ivy, one of the best 4-3s in the game. Goes about half screen. Whoa! And a little bit of a float there by SylverRye.
Oh, and SylverRye getting a little impatient there as Puke is out. That's very scary stuff. Most players like to just kind of hold on to the free chip. But SylverRye putting himself in a very bad situation here as he hands Revit Leafing that first game because he just didn't want to sit still. You know, SylverRye is just kind of testing the waters there, trying to see if he can catch Revit Leafing, because if you do hit Poison Ivy during that trait activation, the trait goes away.
Don't waste my time.
And if you push block, you can hit her or push block and the thing goes away. But Leafing staying so far away. Tried to go with a little bit of a hard to blockable there.
Getting hit by those spikes.
Arkham's your next stop.
Not this season.
And the last time we saw this, I mean, So Sick Nash Fan made top 8 in week number 4, but he actually beat Dragon.
That's a tall order.
It was pretty insane. And Dragon, you know, he was one that was so hyped for this character before the game came out.
No, I remember Dragon playing this character at Combo Breaker, the very first IPS, IPS tournament. Didn't go all Poison Ivy, but went a lot of Poison Ivy, especially in top 8. Oh man, it hurts. I don't know how SylverRye's gonna get out of this situation.
Oh my god! That was almost such a sick conversion. SylverRye is on life alert. Under 30 hit points remaining. Meter burn battering has paid off for him so far tonight.
Try a little tenderness.
Not the smartest choice.
Get 15% back. He's sitting comfortably. Neither has meter. I didn't mean for that to rhyme. That just happened.
Neither has Beetle. That's another one that we're gonna trademark here tonight from Echo. But unfortunately, for SylverRye, Revit Leafing does take the lead here with the surprise pick of Poison Ivy. I mean, like we highlighted before, SylverRye took it in a convincing 3-1. Maybe it wasn't convincing. Maybe every match was close. But, you know, Batman to Cheetah, SylverRye seems to know the matchup. So Revit Leafing he's going with a whole new approach, and you really can't blame the guy, especially when he's off to a great lead here. SylverRye switching over to Hellboy. Hellboy has more options when it comes to jumping in, you know. Poison Ivy doing a lot of vine pressure from full screen, throwing out Pukey as the character power. So maybe SylverRye's just looking for his jump-in button.
Yeah, I like this pick from SylverRye. I think you're right. He'll be able to avoid a lot of her stuff full screen. And just like that, SylverRye is going to put so much damage on the table. It's still coming in. Mixes them up. Don't know what side. And this is working out tremendously for SylverRye so far.
Oh, Pukey is on the ground, ready to just spit out as SylverRye tries to find his way in, connects the gunshot, and there it is, the jump-in from downtown. And a great block there of the overhead. That forward 3 by Poison Ivy pretty much goes half screen there, and the whiff punish by SylverRye. So textbook, so perfect, and oh, the fake jump out. I love it. Very, very scary stuff. Trying to activate some kind of trade pressure here. I believe this one does the extended amount of damage whenever an attack does hit from Hellboy. Taking a gunshot here over and over again to the face is Revit Leafing as he tries to start up some kind of full screen game.
Oh. Leafing caught pressing the button after that meter burn shoulder. Now Ivy in the corner, she's something to be feared, man. She can really get some stuff going. SylverRye able to get himself out of there. Gonna tie it up 1-1.
Hellboy wins.
A nice sword to the back. SylverRye just tossing Revit Leafing into the corner. Now I wouldn't be surprised if we have a slight little counterpick game here where Revit Leafing does have the opportunity to go Cheetah. And if SylverRye cannot, seal the deal here against Cheetah, he could switch over to Batman, but we know Revit Leafing will have one more chance to switch away back to Poison Ivy where we started. So I feel like because SylverRye didn't win that first game, he's at a pretty big disadvantage right now. So let's see what SylverRye could do. Maybe he could just, take out Cheetah with Hellboy. But this game is going to be very, very crucial.
Yeah, and, I think Hellboy in this matchup, it's hard. A lot of characters have trouble hitting Cheetah. When she does certain moves, for instance, her sweep, it's going to be very tough for SylverRye to nail her down and get his damage. Hellboy as a character in general has some problems trying to hit some of these female hurt boxes. Oh, it just shreds the armor.
Yeah, it just goes right through it. Multiple hits. You gotta watch out for all those specific setups. Just tossing him in the air, letting him drop, eating his cool fate on the ground. This is not looking good for SylverRye.
What an air grab! Oh, and tries to get him with the little reset there into the low. Oh my God, snapped him out of the air. He was...
And another anti-air shot. Perfect time there, right at Revit. Leaping as he tries to make his way in. Air tech's out of there, doesn't want anything to do with the combo because he knows it was going to hurt. Smart stuff there by Revit Leaping, not going for his, the slower moves, instead just ending the combo and ending the string very quickly with the quicker attacks. What side did that hit on? Can someone tell me, please?
I can't even tell you. I have no idea.
All right, now SylverRye's got to dance around the fact that Revit Leaping has full meter here. Never mind, just going to force the clash.
I am so over this crap.
Plenty of meter between these two. Leaping's going to spin 2 and get 25% back. SylverRye, I know Leaping was going with a counterpick, but SylverRye is not out of this thing. A very nice whip punish. Oh my God, and just like we were talking about, Arma, that back 3. So good.
Can't escape it.
Oh my God, the air grab!
I gotta make this happen. It's gonna hurt. No.
And if SylverRye is killed, he is gonna come back. He's burning the bar, baby. One good read left. Oh my God, and Leaping took all the risk and got all the reward. Goes up 2-1 on SylverRye. Will SylverRye make the switch to Batman?
That was just a raw forward 3, right? There was no meter burn on there. He knew SylverRye was going to try to jump away, do anything but block. Or what's even scarier is that SylverRye could have possibly went with a wake up there, and Revit Leaping did not have the health to take any kind of damage. That scramble went down to the wire, but SylverRye's got to keep his head in the game, leave the past in the past, and not only take out this cheetah in this game, but also the anticipation of taking out the Poison Ivy counterpick.
I really love this Batman outfit from SylverRye tonight.
You just love the logo.
That's all you. Yeah, man. It's just so simple but so good. It's beautiful.
I mean, I feel like nobody draws Batman with that logo anymore. It's super duper 80s.
It's so simple and so clean.
Oh yeah. Oh, here we go.
So
No,
did not have the bar.
The standing reset situation here.
Jesus Christ, almost 600 damage. And she went under the mechanical bat, okay? Oh my God, the mix coming in. SylverRye, the clutch back 1-1. Oh my God, he did. I don't think he expected that full conversion, but he somehow got it.
He got the conversion, spent the bar to ignore over that first bar. He finished it going for the dive.
Oh my God!
The background power almost gonna spell finish him.
SylverRye tonight with these reads on when cheetahs going up in the air have been ridiculous. The air grabs, the meter burn up batterings, and this conversion by Revit Leaping. Jeez, and we're still burning meter. Okay, 555. SylverRye has lost the health lead. Oh no. The forward 3! What are you doing? 2 of them worked. Oh no. Everything's falling apart for SylverRye. He's got to make something happen. 2 bars left. The people's elbow. Shoulder pad, or the elbow pads are off. What reactions from SylverRye, just waiting to throw that battering up. He got hit. That's going to do it. Revit Leaping is going to make top 8 loser side with his brother for Wednesday.
What a setup there at the end, just going down and just tearing up SylverRye's last little hope there to get into top 8. Unfortunately, SylverRye goes down. That was his second loss of the night, and Revit Leaping takes it. What? Very well deserved. Impeccable play there, especially a smart move to go with the Poison Ivy. You know, sometimes when you have characters that run into walls, you got to try to figure out what can get you around them.
That's true, man. We've talked about it tonight. Some characters, maybe they're not so high on the tier list, but you know, utility characters, stuff like that work in certain matchups. Luckily for Revit Leafing, that Ivy pick worked, and he kind of had an advantage going, you know, even further into that, where SylverRye was kind of counter picking him, but he was just a step behind because he had lost that first game. Now, top 8 bracket for Wednesday, 8 p.m. is set. We have all 8 competitors lined up. Here's the bracket: Semiij versus Dab, Rewind versus Tweedy, Revit Leafing versus Nyx, and Deoxys versus Young Monster. And as always, we will be going from bottom to top. So Deoxys and Young Monster, should schedules not conflict, we'll have Deoxys versus Young Monster first, and then going upwards through the bracket as we round out that first round of top 8. Any shout outs from you, Darth Arma, for joining us, kind of taking over Aquaman's spot? He is sick with the flu. He got something going on with him. So he is, you know, he's been in the chat all night, but he's kind of been bedridden, or, you know, whatever he's been doing, probably playing Dragon Ball. I don't know. Any shout outs from you, Darth Arma? Anything you want to say?
Shout out to the KIT virus, because it's been bodying everybody. I mean, KP is sick. I'm surprised you're not sick. Were you wearing some kind of surgical mask when you were there?
I'm used to it, man. I live here. I'm used to it. I live here, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't get any.
No real final shout outs, guys. Thank you so much for having me. If you guys want to follow me on Twitter, you can do so. I've also been pushing a fighting game tutorial that I've been working on. It's called Push Block Paper Scissors. So if you guys are a little bit new to fighting games and don't really understand all the mechanics or even the lingo that you might hear often through any fighting game stream, give my channel a follow and subscribe. Echo, thank you so much. I've had so much fun here. War of the Gods, guys, the Upset Police. You've all been great. Echo, any final shout outs?
No, man, I will see everybody. I don't know if Aquaman's going to be here Wednesday. If not, I'm sure they'll find somebody else. Or Darth Arma, you'll just join me again on Wednesday for that top 8 at 8 p.m. Eastern. Don't forget, it's here, stream.me/war, 8 p.m. on Wednesday. But yeah, that's it. I'll see you guys Wednesday. Thanks for tuning in, everybody in the chat, everybody on Twitter, Darth Arma, all the guys in the back. It's been fun. We'll see you guys Wednesday for top 8. See you then.